drive's over, folks. I'll see y'all next week. Totally kidding. Got several guests lined up for tonight. Really amazing people. You know most of them. You'll recognize most of them for being here with me pretty much almost weekly at this point. So I might as well just kind of almost announce them as co hosts here. So, first and foremost, the one man, or well, I can't even say that tonight because I've got other folks. However, Thanos Copter is in the
Hi
house
guys.
with us, picking him up in here, and then followed by Aaron Payne's toy samples with us as well, joining in this evening for a bit of unboxing. And another person who is no stranger to the channel and does several shows with me across YouTube, the man himself, Eldor, in the house, all the way from
Oh,
Eternia, joining us.
oh,
Whoop, got him
pardon
a
me
bit
there.
startled and frazzled. I
Hello.
apologize. Good to have you, Eldor. Thank you for being here tonight. And another very special guest who's been on the channel before. You'll all recognize him as now. He's probably popping up and almost just as busy as I am on YouTube these days. And he doesn't even have his own channel on YouTube. We've got John in the house, Emerald Knight Photos. Excellent. Excellent. Guys, good to have you all here. How are we all feeling this week?
Good.
Good.
This is aside from a patch of caster, feeling 6 stars there.
Very, very nice, Eldor. As you know, much of the topic tonight is going to be about seeing some stars, man. It's pretty epic. Now, before we dive into the topic and we start talking about all the amazingness that we're going to be unboxing, everybody's been waiting. I love that you all are here every night. Thank you guys. We just get so wrapped up our convo. It's like, oh crap, we're like 10 minutes behind now before we've even gone live. So, all right, let's get in here. We've got pop actor first, you Ozholes. He made sure of it this time. Good to have you here, buddy. Thank you. Nolan in the house as well. We got the shifty Thanos copter guy hanging out in the chat. And even this other guy, man. I'm seeing doubles everywhere tonight. But I absolutely love it. Thank you guys for being here. David Williams is in the house with us. Amazing art there. Thank you for being here tonight, David Williams. Good to have you. And Joe Gonzalez, one of the best customizers I've seen out there. His work in the Cabal is amazing. Also
Yes.
from IG. Thank you for being here tonight, Joe. It's good to have you, brother. And let's see. Let's keep rolling down here. We had the amazing and beautiful dawning of the decade joining us this evening. Good to have you here, babe. Thank you for being out there patrolling the chats, keeping everybody in line. And we've got J-Mac joining us saying, greetings, Toy Frenzy friends. Absolutely. It's the one big Toy Frenzy fam going on around here. Absolutely love it. Thank you for being here, J-Mac. And also, the world figure. Also, check out his YouTube channel, Slice of Life Gaming, where he does live streams of video games all throughout the week. It's just real fun to relax, chill, and watch him play some games sometimes. Cobweb is joining us in the house as well. Good to have you here tonight.
Oh, hello there, sir.
Let's see, keep scrolling down. He's been pumping out the videos. Have you guys been following him on YouTube?
Yep.
He is really pumping out the work, doing a lot of good reviews. All right, we have, figuratively speaking, John with us as well. Frankie Riviera in the house here joining us. Ray Black also here. Thank you all. All right, I think I've just about caught it up here. Yeah, it looks like just in talking. All right, so Dawn talking about saving up because we got the toy conventions coming up. If you guys didn't see the first post that I made, we're going to be doing Toy Expo this upcoming week here in Maryland, where we're going to be bringing live footage as well as some recorded segments. And I just, as a matter of fact, found out that not only will I be joined, of course, by Dawning of a Decade, we also will be meeting up on site with Lee's Customs, who you can follow him on IG and his YouTube channel, where he's been putting in some work, getting out some videos about his customs. He has a custom Marlena figure for all you royal family people who are.
He just put him up on eBay today, actually.
Yep. Well, that's how I found out about it. He said he was going to post several on eBay, but he's saving some for the toy show. And that's where I asked him, which toy show is it you're going to? And he said, Maryland Toy Expo. I was like, oh, no kidding. I'll be there. And then we got another comment in on the thread. Mr. Home Arcade is going to be there as well. And we'll be meeting up with him and having him come through. So that is going to be an amazing, absolute convention. Like, that's going to be, it's not even a convention, it's just a toy show. And it's building up to be this awesome event where we're going to actually be doing a lot of networking with some fellow tubers and customizers. So Mr. Wonderful is joining us as well, listening right now, hoping to join you all next week. Okay, brother, absolutely.
Oh, well, wonderful to see you there. So.
Oh, there went 5 subscribers. The dad jokes. If you don't like the dad jokes, you just need to stop watching this channel at this point, because we're not going to stop with it. All right, guys. So what have you guys picked up this week that we're going to be opening while we're carrying along this discussion tonight? I know we were showing them off to each other prior to the show,
You weren't
but
supposed to start. I kind of already started.
hey, it's totally okay. That's how you got a big stack to get through, so All right, try to get this up here. I'm gonna get everybody full screen for a few moments here.
Is the Figma Link Between Worlds link?
And Link Between Worlds was a really awesome sequel to the Link to the Past.
Just get the bag glare.
John, got your Arnie, got the Schwarzenegger fix with that Terminator. God, it's a good one too.
Yeah, it's my favorite version of this from T1. So it's like definitely need a
right.
And he was the last one on the shelf, so it's like me and Aaron were talking about it last night, so I was like, I had to pick it up. I mean, like Aaron said, the universe. Yeah, I put out their universe, and they responded. So
that's how it goes, man. It was definitely foretold. And Aaron, switching over to you now with the amazing Thundercats Ultimates right there.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Got one more mutant left.
Yeah.
I was about to say, how many do you have left? I mean, so you're just doing the Thundercats and the mutants. That's it.
Thundercats, mutants, and Mumra. Yep.
The main ones, the big ones.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I can show you the rest of what I got. There we go.
All right. We'll go ahead and hold it up there for a bit longer.
Oh, you got Lithia in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, jolly good.
I love her.
She's absolutely.
And then that.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And then that.
Oh.
And I've got build up from a couple weeks now. I got my head pack in.
That's nice, yeah.
And then, of course, my Goblin Guards. And then.
Oh, quite a handful there, sir.
Nice.
Oh,
that is
Attila.
And then I've got 2 more Legion builders over here that I haven't opened yet. My Dwarf and my Gladiator. So, yeah, I've got a backlog.
That's okay. We're going to be here a while, so.
Hey, I seem to be the missing link there. I did get the Master Race Sorceress, but she's in the other room there.
Oh, very nice. Is that the Sentinel, Thanos?
No,
Or is that just the Marvel Legends one?
It's the Marvel Legends one.
Really? Oh, okay.
Oh, she's hanging around there.
Yeah.
All right. So, wanted to bring this up here. John, we got a shout out for you in the chat here. Man.
Oh,
gosh.
Actually, my favorite was after that scene when he's walking down the hallway with the chest all shot up with the shotgun and everything, and that one guy's going, "God!" Oh, he's just like all freaking out.
It is still one of my most favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger roles of all time was the Terminator, because you're used to seeing him being like very live and charismatic, and in the Terminator somehow even being deadpan robotic.
Yep.
He still carries this charisma that's just like
I think that's just like it just came natural to him because at that point it's more or less just playing to his strengths. No pun intended, but that's all. He was just an imposing figure, and he really hadn't. I mean, he's not a Academy Award winning actor, but he does have a certain charisma. So I think that they were just again just let's just lean into what he can do best, and then we can eventually he developed into a pretty decent actor.
Oh yeah,
for a niche.
Considering he started off as a bodybuilder with a very thick accent that nobody could understand him.
From another country, yep.
His accent was so bad in his first movie, they dubbed his entire part.
All of it. Young Hercules.
But do they actually have the undubbed version?
Sorry to start clearing my throat there.
I believe they do have a version of it now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Same thing with Mel Gibson with Mad Max. That was crazy. I mean, years ago, that all I would ever see was just the English dub version, and it's like, wait, how he's Australian, so how bad can that be? It's not like Arnold, he's German, but it's just or Austrian. But when I finally saw the Australian version, and I was like, oh, that's nothing bad at all. I guess producers or marketers, they probably like, oh, they're not Americans not gonna understand these Aussie accents, so let's just put American voices on them.
I gotta say too, like honestly, that first Mad Max, I really growing up as a kid, I didn't care for that one as much as some of the other ones. I was always much more of a road warrior. And then when I got older, I was like, you know what? This first one actually is because the world hasn't quite hit that more post-apocalyptic feel to it quite yet at that point.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one mainly because the first one because it was, I enjoyed Road Warrior as a kid, but then as I got older, teenager and young adult, I was more interested in filmmaking, and then just understanding indie filmmaking and seeing how they did all that on a tight budget, amazing stunts,
right?
And
especially with the truck too, in the book.
Exactly. So, yeah, I had a more appreciation for the first Mad Max.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, Fury Road. Oh my God, that's just like it's freaking amazing.
See, I love those Hercules movies with Lou Ferrigno. They dubbed his voice too.
Yeah, Lou. Yeah, because he was deaf in one. I think he was deaf in 1 year or partially deaf. It was just he couldn't really enunciate his words pretty well. So.
Right. So I know a lot of people want us to start talking about the huge announcements that went on last night. How many of you guys were catching the live as it was going? Well, Aaron, I know you were there.
I wasn't there at the beginning, but I jumped on when I got off work.
Right.
So I watched on the rewatch there.
Gotcha. Yeah. I was kind of like all day counting down. Because I was like, I know this video is coming, and I can't wait to see what else is coming in this wave. Because they had announced that it was pretty much going to be Necronominus Part 2. And knowing how much work and all the detail that went into the Necronominus wave that we'd already just got done, everybody pre-ordering. And, well, then last night I ended up pre-ordered a couple more because of some things that were shown off last night that I was like, oh, you know what? But I'll get into that a little bit later here. Radical Toys joining us this evening. Good to have you here, Adam. Thank you, brother. So for those of us that were watching it live as it was coming, how did it feel? Because I know we've been getting little bits all week long.
I was glad to actually see the new stuff because I wasn't too impressed with the ones that made it through the vote. None of the stuff I voted for went through. I was kind of like, okay.
Yeah,
just one figure I noted for got a new the dwarf figure.
I was just glad it wasn't all skeletons.
Yeah.
It's a shame that none of the female choices made it in there.
Yeah. I really wanted the Bromden, the Dwarf King thing. Like that was the one I was like most Like,
I
I thought for sure.
wanted all animals, so if it had a tail, it was what I wanted. So
Yeah.
as you can see, I already is learning.
At least you got that head pack. Did that pack come with the tail or no?
Yeah, no, there's no boom boom hole here. No boom boom hole. But yeah, no, the head pack does come with a tail.
Okay, cool.
So
I was wondering
I'll have
about
to figure out which one I can use that has a boom boom hole.
Love the fact that they call it the boom boom hole. It really, really just makes my day every time.
Lovely vernacular that I picked up hanging around you guys. It's
You know, we try hard around here.
or the back door there, as some call it.
Sounds
Look,
worse.
if you weren't Kid Dalton before you joined the show, now you are. As we all snicker, tee-hee, tee-hee.
aside from my completely loathing that word because it's reductive.
The way it was meant in that article, it felt that way. The overall true description of the word is when I finally was kind of just like, you know what? I don't mind the term anymore. You know, it was diving into it because I did that stream with Mega J like later that week where we kind of did a dive into the roots and history of the word.
Mm-hmm.
It's not some term that they just came up with. It's
No.
actually been around for ages for TV. And their description of kidult was from the ages of 12 plus. So they were talking about that being like 25% of the market. And you think about it, 25% is only a quarter. We don't make
Yep.
much of the mainstream toy market like some people seem to believe that the toy industry would collapse if we all stopped buying toys.
Yeah.
That's not even
with
close
the
to
state
true.
of that, most of these shelves that I've seen are hardly anybody's buying anything. So,
Right. Well,
You'll be able
kids
to
are
find it
certainly
to buy it.
Well, I think they're struggling now with the pricing and trying to keep it
yes,
at a level that people are going to purchase. So they're having that nice trade-off, and they're struggling. That's why you see both of them, both the major guys, their numbers are down.
Yes. So right here we've got J Max saying they do such a great job with the reveals. Always fun seeing what they show, building anticipation. I agree. Like honestly, I wish the big guys would take notes because, like, I mean, Hasbro does pretty good with their fan lives, but I'm sorry, just the way they pulled it off last night with Jeremy hosting and bringing in. Uh, oh, we got a shout out for Aaron here saying, "I like your shirt, Aaron."
Yeah, it's Kitty Cat that says I baked you some cupcakes.
Aw,
It's really
Dawn.
supposed to say cupcakes,
Dawn
but
loves that.
it's died. It's died of ignominious death. I don't wear it very often because it's coming apart. So
Oh, I hate that when you have one of those shirts that you just love, and eventually it's like in tatters because you've loved it so much.
Yep.
Like a lot of the toys that we do. So, also, Hillian Dread in the house joining us. One of the newest frenzied of the bunch. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you. So, J-Max saying King Bromden, such a great figure. I agree. Like, the dwarves are great. They may not have to be my favorite race, but I love that they scale well to be in a dwarf-like. You know, when we get a lot of these toys, everybody talks about like how the 6-inch is great. And when you have a 6-inch scaled Wolverine, he's almost as tall as a 6-inch scaled Cyclops, which it's not true. He's supposed to be 5'2".
Yep.
You know? So I love that the Four Horsemen in their scaling with these figures have made dwarves and goblins who are in high fantasy notoriously shorter than the rest.
I might like this setup better.
Oh, that looks good.
Oh yeah.
That looks fantastic. I
That
love
works.
that.
Really?
Well done, Aaron. Good, quick. Was that the Lazy Boy Customs? Just a quick pop and
Yeah,
swap when you're
that's
done?
Look at the head and that might work.
So, Joe saying he always feels like he has an afterglow whenever he watches the Four Horsemen reveal show. I gotta say, that's kind of how I felt last night. You know, oh, Lawrence in the house saying hello,
Oh,
friends. Good to have
yes,
you
sir.
here, Lawrence. If you want to join in on the conversation, you're more than welcome to, sir. Just shoot me a message. I can always drop you the link. And Oz should do a live Terminator show. You know, it's funny. I was actually thinking coming up soon, a couple months ago now. I had Elgin from Cracktastic Plastic on, and we were talking the Predators and the Aliens Kenner toys from back in the day.
Mhm.
And we're talking about doing something again because he just finished up. He's been doing videos he does Pred Wednesday or Predensday, however it's pronounced, where let me full screen you there, John, showing off that gorgeous T1 Arnie.
He's back.
Oh, man. Like, he just laid out an entire local sheriff's department. Like, that's what he looks like right there.
He
And
just
it was-
killed Lance Hammer's second man.
again.
Bishop. Yeah.
It's a toss-up between Lance Henriksen and Sean Bean. Who dies most in their roles?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Jared Leto wins. So
For the longest time too, I would put Bill Paxton up there. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was he was kind of up there too.
Great.
yep. He is one of the elite that has been killed by an alien, predator, and Terminator.
Mhm.
Him, Lance Henriksen. Although technically Bishop lived. He was just ripped in half. He didn't officially die.
Yeah.
From an alien.
You say he was maimed. He was maimed by the alien.
He was maimed hardcore. Like a
yeah.
normal human would have died.
Yeah.
But he is certainly one of the elite who has ranked among killed by the big three of 80s sci-fi, I would say, between Aliens, Predator, and Terminator. Oh, and Lawrence says, how are you guys doing? Expensive week coming up for us Joe fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's
Yeah.
already been an expensive week. It's going to be an even more expensive month.
Like,
Oh my
I don't...
If we have
Dive in.
another set of pre-orders, I'm just going to go ballistic because I have a feeling we're going to get one more, at least, beyond the HasLab reveal.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what the HasLab's really going to be. I mean, again,
All
talking
the
about it last night
pictures
with
there,
Jared.
it's a dragonfly. They put it. They probably leaked it intentionally to gauge interest.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. And it helps build the hype. So
Yeah.
even if there wasn't as much, it's going to build more now.
Yeah.
Although I will say last night on Mega J's stream, we were talking about the ice cream soldier with the ice cream truck. And I'm really thinking this needs to happen now. I'm really, really rooting for an ice cream soldier and an ice cream truck for HasLab. Jeremy J in the house joining us here. Good to have you, brother. Thank you. Oh, hey, I think this guy's a couple cans short of a six-pack. Always with the movie quotes. Gotta love it, Pop Actor. Thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This dude comes with some pretty cool accessories. Got the
Which one's
drop
that?
on hook,
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hold that back up. The hook shot. Very cool.
Yeah. and then jar to break.
Nice.
That's right. It's not a Legend of Zelda game if we're not breaking pots.
I can get it out of this little.
You can't make an omelet without first breaking some eggs.
And the bomb.
Wrong movie.
Ooh, nice. And you can put it in the pot before you break it.
That's pretty
A
cool.
bit of a honey pot there for Winnie the Pooh, maybe.
So
I got my not Ganon for him to fight.
there you go. What a great figure for
Yep.
that too. That would scale well. Hold him up
Works
next to
for
one
him
another.
though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that totally works for the scale. I like it.
Yep.
I like it.
Actually, I saw Pigman. I actually saw him at the same target that I picked up this Terminator. First time I ever seen him in the wild. I was like, wow, okay.
I actually came across a pighead today, the new Duncan, as well as
Yeah, I saw him too.
Oh, yeah.
They had Sorceress there, Shadow Weaver, and New Attorney of Many Faces, and I had to turn all of them down.
Same with me.
Oh.
Same setup. Yeah, at this particular target.
Yes, I'm hoping to get a pig head there for his scale loincloth because I'm planning a King Hiss Masterverse custom next. So that
Right.
might fit in well with him.
It's a pretty cool figure, actually. I'm glad I picked him up. I don't get too many of the Masterverse these days, but I wanted to get him. I got Sunman. I kind of have to get him.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Got a couple
the
of overdue
Sunman
pre-orders of all these Masterverse things that still haven't popped up yet.
So I'll actually be in Vegas this coming. So I fly out tomorrow. So hopefully, maybe
Ooh.
with these reveals and everything, I can maybe win some money. Gonna help
Right?
take care of
Gonna-
the.
Viva there.
You're gonna win enough money to order 3 of the HasLabs so that we
Yep.
can all enjoy.
Although, as I understand it, that's where people go to lose money.
Right.
Be careful.
that's what I hear. I'm not a big gambler, so I'll probably watch my my coworkers because I'm going for a work conference, so I'll see them lose
All
money.
right, so here's head 3.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's dang.
Shockingly, it doesn't look bad considering it's a
Yeah,
game.
looks good. Looks good.
Yeah, it works well.
I was shocked. I was figuring it was gonna look terrible.
Right. So I've just opened up the Snake Tila here, and this 2000X style. I hope we get a regular version of this without the snake parts.
Do you think they might reuse the head in Lady Slither there? I'm worried about getting a reuse of head sculpts there. But,
Yeah,
don't mind you,
they could.
Mattel have always reused pieces here and there.
All right. Jeremy's asking who's coming to Joe Fest, and unfortunately, Jeremy, I will not be at Joe Fest.
Not too far away for it.
Right. I will be at this upcoming week. I will be going, of course, to Maryland Toy Expo, as I've mentioned a couple times, and Dawn and I will be traveling there, meeting up with Mr. Home Arcade, Lee's Customs, and then come August, we'll be heading out to PowerCon and meeting up with more amazing toy tubers and, just this awesome collecting family that we have. I'm excited because I know John's going to be there. We're going to meet up finally in person. It's going to be epic. Adam from Battle Ram blog, be meeting up with him. And again, I know of somebody else who's going, but since I haven't heard them say it live on their channel, I'm not going to bring it up yet, but I know they're going. And that's going to be cool because we'll be doing kind of a co-live stream from the show.
Joe Fest, but the reality for me that, anything that's out of city area for me is not realistic.
Yeah.
All right, here's head 3.
Oh, that's that beautiful demon head.
It doesn't look bad.
No.
It looks pretty good on there.
Yeah.
Getting some more demons.
Getting to play with them all.
Right.
Got to get him some love. Except for this head. This head's not going to fit on nothing I got except probably my goblins.
Right. You're going to need some other goblins, maybe a dwarf body. It'll fit on a dwarf body pretty nicely, probably, scale-wise. All right, so now I've got my 2000X Randor that I'm opening up here. I opened up Roboto first because there's just nothing like wowing about that Roboto. I like that he is the mini comic version, but at the same time, he's still just Roboto. There's nothing too much different about him. Tila, they added in some new sculpting parts. So it was nice to really get her out and see. And like I said, I hope we get a more traditional 2000X Tila at some point where she's not snake skinned.
Yeah. I honestly could have passed on the Roboto. I put him on a shelf and I haven't looked at him since.
Yeah.
Here's the last one, the vampire head that I can actually fit on.
That
was not bad. It's not great. He needs
I
more.
kind of enjoyed the whole screaming vamp look.
Yeah, it needs more colors or darker colors on this armor for that one to work really well.
Yeah, yeah.
The kitty works good, so I'm good with that.
I do dig the cat, the Jagualians,
I might just have to get another couple head packs just to get kitties.
right? I can't blame you for that.
Yes,
I'm not getting me an All-Star 6
occasionally one, I
some way.
suppose.
So, getting back to that All-Star 6 and the announcements from last night, like, I gotta say, I thought, for me being a fan of skeletons and skulls, I actually have a skull collection of its own. And again, just being a fan of that type, I was really excited that I was getting in at Necronominus, period, and just getting into this franchise.
It's a good way of getting a skeleton dwarf there. That one you're gonna do.
Yeah, he looks really cool.
Yeah. So I was excited about that whole wave from the start. And then this thing, again, I wasn't wowed by the All-Star vote so much, like with what actually came out of it. I do enjoy,
I kind of expected it to go that way, honestly.
right.
A lot of those people were wanting those, earlier figs that, not a whole lot of people would get.
Yeah, yeah, which is actually great news from somebody like myself who is just getting into this now. It gives me a chance to go back and get some of those. And that is probably one of the best things that I like about this idea of these all-star votes is it gives us a chance to get these figures without paying that secondary market because it's through the roof.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as I'm kind of dipping my toes in Mythic, so getting the opportunity to kind of
keep dipping your toes. Keep saying that, but it's not a toe dip.
We say that. How many am I in now?
Well, I
It's
mean,
supposed to be one figure obscura.
Yeah, I said it was going to be a toe dip with those 3 that they re-released. I don't know, what was that? The unknown one that was a couple months ago.
So
I am on the lookout for a Vitus. So
which one is
For
it?
which one?
Slippery slope.
Vitus, yeah.
Nice.
Not sure which one that is. Which one's
Yeah,
Vitus?
I mean, it's another gladiator type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's pretty up there. So I don't know. That's keeping me at bay. He's kind of similar to Romulus. So I was like, well, I got Romulus, so I can kind of, I can hold off. But that Sir Andrew, oh man, that just looks so
He
freaking
is
amazing.
So freaking good looking. This is actually what took us 15 minutes backstage before we got here. Is we were all glowering over Sir Andrew and just how freaking good of a figure that looks like. Now, real quick here, Dawn saying, don't forget to hit that like button, folks. Absolutely. Please go hit that like button. And giving a shout out here to Eternity Lips. Good to have you with us, Sir Clifton. I know you've been going through a rough time. It's good to see you back in the chat, brother. And, good to have you back around. I know you've been taking care of some stuff outside of the toy tube worlds and universe. So very, very good to have you back, brother. All right. Joe here is saying Mercurian gladiator.
The Mercurians are their Spartan-like ones. Is that what they are, right?
Think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
See, I learned something in Legion class, Oz.
That's right. That's the whole point of us doing the Legions class, so we can all learn. I'm still trying to get
6
all
stars
the
there, sir.
That's right. 6 stars all the way to Thanos. Which we're going to have another episode of that coming up later this month. And more of the co-hosts may be showing up tonight. Certainly hoping to talk with them more about it as well. Because really, had that last night. Was watching Toy Therapy. Catching John and Aaron on. It was great to see you guys together on screen and spending some time talking about toys and amazingness. Getting the tour of John's hot toy collection was kind of like making me drool. So I thought, okay, you know what? I'm going to switch it up a little bit and I'm going to go check out the Let's Go Off Worlds podcast because they were having the after party for last night's live stream. So I went to that for a bit. That didn't help me drool less.
Oh, I missed that one there.
So you're saying your problem was not solved by changing the channel?
Not at all. So I came back. I was doing a little bit of channel surfing last
I
night
gotta
between
say,
everything.
I'm really glad they're doing sculpted stuff on the shields.
Oh my
I think the
God.
early
That
looks
shields
amazing.
Really would've made me, not happy with that. But I really
Yeah.
dig this.
I love that. And again, the Necronominus shield that we're coming out with. Well, here, you know what? Even though we don't have the rest of the folks with us, let's go ahead. Eldor, I know you have offered to share stream with us since I tend to have difficulties with sharing sharing screens myself here.
Indeed.
Um,
Yes.
So here is what we are looking at for the All Stars 6. And again, not too many people were necessarily impressed with everything from the fan vote, at least in my circles, with a lot of people I talked to. But overall, this wave just kind of knocked it out of the park.
There's
By
four
the
out of that, so that's not a bad number.
Considering, Aaron, you said at the beginning you were not impressed. Then you were like, all right, there's one.
Yeah,
And then after last night's stream, that one went to 4.
yeah. Well, I'm still torn on Gorthok. I mean, it's tempting, but I like the color scheme.
Well,
So it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, it's the color scheme that's getting me more than anything.
they have this kind of whole Brotherhood of the Shadow thing.
Yeah.
And he is, of course, one of them. So I'm really, really into that. I'm loving that. Now, again, as some people are not a big fan of skeletons, that Skeleton Raider was the first thing they showed off. And the first thing that I looked at it and saw was that Skeleton Warriors 2-pack from
Mhm.
Masters of the Universe, non-glow in the dark,
Yeah. Well,
which
and,
I'm okay with, but
lots
that's
more
exactly.
detail than you're going to get in a mass retail
Mm-hmm.
toy. But yeah, no, it also gave me Jason of the Argonauts,
Yes.
Ray
Totally
Harryhausen,
Harryhausen
Skeleton.
Oh, yes, yes.
A couple of those, like in the foreground with the master ones, in the background with the black light on them, would look amazing in a shot.
Yeah.
Like,
I think so. Yeah, I'm totally, again, digging just this the Skeleton Raider. And I think what really, really got me was when they were going over the price of these.
Yeah.
These are standard figures, non-deluxe, as Jeremy said repeatedly with quotations, air quotes. But when you get into looking at all the parts that they come with, that's another one of the great things that I love about the Mythic Legions community is how many of the people are all in this for parts for this and that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
that's the thing that doesn't really factor into me. Like when I'm looking at this stuff, like I haven't gotten to that point with them yet.
Can't go wrong with the fan vote. There's no bad Legions fix.
And
That's the
another good thing with
truth.
the skeletons too is they said they've kept the bone color standard there, so you're able to
Yes.
switch out between all the various different skeleton parts, which is handy, I suppose.
Joe's got the same problem as me. He says, I say hot toys are too expensive as he spends small fortune on mythics.
Well,
Right.
the thing with Hot Toys, though, if you really think about it, you get what, 3 or 4 a year, probably,
Yeah.
True.
logistically.
Maybe
Cheaper.
that.
Yeah, that's just depends on what they're doing and putting out. So, I mean, money wise, Hot Toys might actually be the cheaper hobby.
Yeah, I mean, like
Certainly.
my cyborg has been pretty much paid off. Zack Snyder's cyborg has been pretty much paid off. I got like a little bit left over, I have to pay, but it's been like 2 years maybe waiting to get that thing. So,
Yeah.
but
So getting a
probably
lot
my post tomorrow on Instagram. I was going back and forth, but I think I know what I'm gonna post, and I'll probably make you drool more. Hopefully.
I'm all right with that, honestly. It's kind of nice. So, yeah, just this Skeleton Raider, so very basic. but yet at the same point, like you see all these poses, and we're getting, Ray Harryhausen is a genius here
Yeah.
because this gives you those feels.
Mhm.
I love this right here with the gladiator helmet on it.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is right there. That is like it reminds me so much of that movie.
Yep, Jason and the Argonauts. Yeah, it's freaking in.
I noticed the little skull on the top of the. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing. There's all these little details that you get with Mythics that, most of the other stuff you don't get. I mean, AWOC's pretty good about the sculpting details now, but I think there's a lot of, it's one of the reasons that I'm doing the Armies of Ashmore is because they were sculpted by
4 horsemen.
4 horsemen. So,
Like, there's just a certain stamp of approval when you see that.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm talking about. When we say this is a basic standard figure,
that's a lot of accessories.
Yeah.
But they are saving a little bit more on the plastic of the actual figure because it's a skeleton. So
right?
that may be where your cost differential is.
I don't know though. It might be less plastic, but think of all the individual tooling that's got to go into the different bones. You make
also,
up for
too,
it.
if you're inclined to do stop animation there, the many hands can help you achieve the different hand motions and so
And
on.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hands. That's like
Yeah.
So I said I'm gonna have to reach out to Stop Puppet Pictures or Stunt Puppet Pictures. Reach out to good friend Justin Rosh and be like, so I know you've been working with Mattel and you've been doing a lot of their, all of their stop motion for the moment. You know about the Horseman, right?
I'm sure he
Oh,
does.
yeah.
Oh God,
Yeah.
he has to. He has to.
No.
But I would love to see him do some work with some Mythic Legions because these figures are really there's room to compare. There is room to compare across all the great indie lines that are out there right now. Again, Savage Crucible jumps right up there. Armies of Ashmore. I don't want to say that necessarily because again, it's them sculpt. They were the ones that did the sculpt, so it makes sense that they look at it. And I'm just going to bring it up now too. Especially with Jeremy J in the chat, AWOC. Like,
Yep.
I'm sorry, the sculpting that's going into some of these toys is just so far beyond what we get with.
the value is there. That's the trick.
Yeah.
If you're gonna charge a premium figure price, give them accessories that create a sense of value.
This guy here is basically he's like $20 now. Just under the $20 mark for a standard Origins figure. Mind you, this one has new tooling with the head, new tooling with the chest armor, new tooling gauntlet on the left arm that was not there, and he's got some new tooling in the leg. Other than that, though, this is still a pretty basic figure overall. This almost cost you $20. Meanwhile, let's go for one of the figures that has a lot of new tooling here, Eldor. Let me back out of that. Okay, so I was gonna hold off on Baradoc. You got to go to Baradoc. Like this guy right here. There is so much new tooling involved with this figure.
Holy crap!
That one I'm totally getting.
I think he's probably
he's the one I'm getting.
Right. This guy right here. It's funny. Joe says they don't have to keep investors happy like the big two do. That's like one of the secrets to McFarlane's success right now. He gets to do whatever he wants because he doesn't have to keep investors happy. The difference, however, is that 4 Horsemen realize that they do have to keep investors happy, but the investors are not shareholders.
Nope.
Yeah.
The investors are strictly us, the consumers, because we are continuously investing in this property, and they are giving us exactly what we want. They are keeping us very, very happy overall. Ted Darkclaw in the house joining us saying, hey, friends. Ted, if you want to jump on this live, just reach out, brother. I'd love to hear your input as, of course, a toy retailer of your own. How how gangbusters do you think this wave's going to be? But yeah, like, and again, he's going to be a bit more because he's that ogre scale. But I'm okay.
He's going to be my first ogre scale, but I'm
It's
down with that guy.
that's just phenomenal looking. I'm sorry.
Right.
That was a
No, it
draw
is.
for me.
It looks amazing.
As soon as I saw it, it was an immediate. I'm going to. Yep, that's mine.
And the fact that it's Belulith's twin is the other, like, this small little girl that is the beast master for the congregation of Necronominus, and this is her twin. And again, that proportional scaling that the Four Horsemen have nailed just
The details, like
shines
the nooks and like cracks in the blade and
the chainmail.
You know that chain
yeah,
mail.
the chainmail, the chest piece, like
Chain
it's
mail.
so good.
Yeah, chainmail looks like chainmail, not painted fishnets.
Yeah.
Your snozzberries look like snozzberries.
Right? I feel like I should be licking a window in the back of a cop car right now.
But like even those horns and like the little like
Right?
bones coming off, like
It's
this
now
dude
again-
is like something out of a dark fantasy nightmare. Like I love him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Final
that one, as soon as
product.
I saw it, I
may-
was like, yep, nope. That's gonna get my money.
Yep.
I didn't
Absolutely.
want to get my money, but it got my money.
And again, final product may vary, as always, because this again is just prototype and a paint master and all. But when you hear that from Four Horsemen versus when Hasbro says that, Hasbro's talking about final product may vary and half of the face is painted over here off to the
Yeah.
side because their QC is terrible. When these guys say that, there might be a little less detail. A little less detail. Not much.
Yeah, that part.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
Bear with me here for a moment, guys. Keep that convo going because we're getting another special guest in tonight to talk
Alrighty.
about this epicness.
Okay, I gotta figure out how to get this on her with the big
And-
old hair dreads in the way. What's up
Man,
with
it's so
that?
cool. So cool. They got a Trevor 1/6 shooter as their pretty much their photographer. He does amazing
I
work.
know.
Oh, I mean, God, he
He
does
blows
amazing
me away.
pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just something different about how he shoots stuff.
Yeah. I see some of his stuff on YouTube, like his behind the scenes and whatnot. His setups are freaking amazing.
I agree.
Yeah, Adam, this is my favorite out of the ones so far too.
Yeah, this is definitely my favorite
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah. I'm not too much into like getting these kind of characters. I'm more like I've said in the past, like human knights and gladiators and stuff like that. But this guy, I may lean towards it. He may be my first kind of non-human or kind of a ogre scale
Good
figure, I
place to
guess.
start, it looks like, because
Look at that Badonkadonk he's even got on
Yeah.
the back. He's got
I
like
just-
sculpted cheeks that I didn't
I
notice
like
last time.
chunky.
Yeah, it's
I
got a
like
little
my
butt flap.
figures. I like my two bads. I
Yeah.
like my big chunky guys.
yeah.
I gotta get some big guys in there. Just for
I wonder why you were lingering on that shot, Oz, but it's okay.
That's not me. That's Eldor. He just knew what I was looking at.
I like
You can't deny there, sir.
but even like the imperfections in the armor to take the time to be like, there's a scratch here.
Yes.
Yep.
It's so
Yeah.
This
good.
little,
And
it's
even
little
you have the sculpting in the back of the ball, the joint there.
Yeah, you can see the chainmail in there. And yeah, it's just amazing. It's like
Yeah.
blows me away.
So Lawrence is bringing up the fact that rock and roll came out great and the plastic feels better.
That's good.
It needs
Yeah.
to be because rock and roll was one of my all-time favorite GI Joes.
He's sitting in my pile of loot. I'm afraid as soon as I ship him, I'll get the others, and it'll be like, you know what?
Yep.
Because I don't pay for the $4 shipping. I get the better shipping when I ship it out.
Right.
That way I can get it faster. And it's not that much more. It's usually like $11, so it's not like a monster amount.
Yeah, it's not killing you. So
What's the
but-
average turnaround time? Because you're kind of close to me, Aaron. It's
Yeah,
like-
I usually once it's shipped, if I pay for the little higher shipping, it'll be about 2 days.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It takes me well over a week.
Normally for me, yeah, and which was crazy because Clawful and Ram Man from BBTS, I think it shipped on a Wednesday and I got it Saturday. I mean, it was really, really quick, and it was just $4 shipping. I was surprised.
Yeah, the $4. It's not bad. The thing is that when you do the $4 shipping, they're going to put it on the back burner.
Yeah,
it takes them longer to get it out. So that's my only issue. So I'll just pay for the upgraded shipping. It doesn't really bother me because I don't do it enough.
I don't mind the wait though, because I've already waited like 3 months by the time I ship stuff anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point where I'm doing 45 days. If at 45 days I don't have anything else that's been added, I'll go ahead and ship. But
I wait till the last possible minute. I'm like, okay, this needs to ship this week, so it ships this week.
That was kind of what I was doing with these guys. Like, it was a couple of days early, and I ended up getting them shipped. And then I said I was so mad because I could have waited another few days, and then I got that message saying that Snakeface hit the pile of loot the very next day. I was like,
and it never fails. Every single time. So as soon as I start feeling twitchy, I just make sure that I wait an extra couple days.
I wish I would have got Snakeface from BBTS.
The next one.
I went Entertainment Earth with like that whole big drop because they just put it out first, and I'd been kind of nervous because BBTS didn't get the other wave before that right away, and I was like, well, it's here, order. And now other people are getting stuff, and I'm like, I want stuff.
Joe was mentioning the fact that this is a video game final boss in figure form. Have to 100% agree with that because as soon as they popped this on screen, I looked at it and I said, somebody's played Dark Souls before.
Yeah.
Somebody hates their life because they played it a couple times.
Just that shield alone is fantastic.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
And the sword, monstrous. I mean, that gives me guts kind of sword feeling.
Right? I thought the same thing, like how big it looks, because it looks big on him, and he again is that ogre
on a regular sized character.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder how that's going to scale, like with the other like smaller figs.
I think I may have to make a black swordsman for Mythic Legions, like using available parts to kind of make a guts figure.
I would like to do the whole Band of the Hawk, not necessarily like the Black Swordsman, but like the actual Band of the Hawk, in Mythic Legion. Like, I think that would be a lot of fun to put together.
I gotta agree right here. Seeing the customs, like already the amount of customs that people just put out, and that's the other great thing about this too is like people are buying more than one of these individual figures because they are looking at additional parts.
Yeah.
I mean, I would, but Mythics is a little more expensive to do that with for me.
I agree. I
mean, if Mythic is all you're getting, though, like I could be like, okay, this is all I get. I'll buy stuff for pieces and make my own figures out of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm over here with like, I picked up a Nintendo toy and I got all my damn.
I'm talking about all
you got to think about comic book characters, 2 Mythic Legions, so
all these great Legions figures we're
5
looking
McFarlane's, 2 Mythic Legions.
Yeah.
4 Marvel Legends. So I mean, that's kind of one of those things where you do that math sometimes.
Yeah, and that's where you got to revise your collection and really go for what you want. Like the moment you're not happy with something that you're collecting or looking at, you should probably just stop. Don't keep investing money in it. Even if you don't switch to something else, because I'm not saying you need to jump and switch to something else. Hold off, save it up, look around, and then find something that you really want. My son, he's 8 years old. Spent some time watching him today playing baseball. Was absolutely amazing to watch him and see him play because, he lives with his mother. He lives far away from me, and I don't get to see him quite as often as I'd like because of that. But I was able to go today and see him play, and that was a lot of fun. Now, he and I have had talks before, too, about like, okay, yes, you want this, and this is what's right in front of you right now. Do you really want it? Or are you just trying to look to spend money that you have because you have money? And would it be better if you saved that and then waited until something came out that you really like. And he's got a little coin purse over here because he's got a gumball machine that he has pennies in. When he was here for his birthday, which was back in February, one of our neighbors was really cool, found out it was a birthday, came over and gave him $100, 101, because it's bad luck to end in a round number like that. So you got to give the one extra dollar for good luck. And so they gave him that money. He took 40 of it home to his mother so he could go spend whenever, kind of thing. He left the rest of it here so that when he was hanging out with his dad again and seeing his other Uncle Chris, when we go out on a toy hunt, he could have that money to get something that he really wanted. Because when we go out, he doesn't always have money, and I don't always have money to get something every time we go out hunting. So he was like, I'm going to save that, and then I'll get something that I really want with it. Because he had options that he could have shopped online, and, we could have blown all that money that day if he had wanted to. But he took it upon himself to save it for something that he may really want in the future. So if a kid who had just turned 8 years old gets that concept, I'm hoping, as you may cringe when I say it, but as adult collectors, I hope we all get that same concept too.
Yeah, I kind of went through that a little bit today. At this Target I went to, even though I did pick something up, I did see that Ultimate Captain America, Marvel Legend, and Iron Man. Like, they were just sitting there. I was like, oh my god! It's like,
yeah.
I mean, those versions. I think it was the Extremis Iron Man. Just the most, best looking versions of both those characters. And I was just like, kind of like you were saying before, do I want this? Do I need this, or do I want this?
Right.
And it's so I put those away and I was like, okay, I'm good. And then I go to like the side where Target, where the electronics section where you do see your NECAs and stuff like that. And I saw this Terminator. I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll go and pick this up because this is something
this one.
Yeah, I need this one. Yeah.
That's why you passed on those other ones, because if those had been sitting in your cart, you may have looked twice at that party.
I must admit, it's been hard to get into that frame of mind there. To save your money and things.
And it did save me money. This one did save me money because I'm not going to get the Mayfix now, which was like $80-something. So
yeah, that's half of it.
Yep.
Right. Aaron, you were trying to say something a little bit before too. What was that?
I don't know. My brain has given up since then.
Okay. All right. Well, Ted has joined this panel of amazing hosts to again further talk about the amazing All-Star 6 wave that kind of just blew everybody out of the water. Like, I could still understand where some people may not be entirely wowed by it, but for some of the individual figures, you may not be wowed by the wave. Some of these figures are pretty stellar. How do you feel about it, Ted?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for the invite. I appreciate it. And
always.
So yeah, I think what you're saying is pretty spot on. When you compare this to the Necronominus wave, was it as wowing? Not so much. But there is a lot of cool stuff in here. I mean, one, when you throw in a horse is always a head turner, and always a big mover. But then you have new armor pieces, and I think kind of the goal from what I was getting from what they were going from was, hey, there's new pop and swap features added on here. So, you're getting some stuff that you've seen, but you're also getting some new stuff that you can't really get from other things. And I think that's probably the selling point of the wave.
Right.
But yeah, no, anything for Horseman moves. Like it just does. And I would say a lot of that is directly from, customizers, the diehard collectors. You guys were talking about, they don't have shareholders, they have diehard fans. I think a little bit of this catered to that directly. And
absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a good looking wave. I'm excited for it. We're excited to get, our piece of that eventually. But yeah, a good showing from them, and I mean they had about 1,000 people in there at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very strong showing from them.
It does
And
seem like it's one of those lines that, for the most part, they don't sit.
Mm-mm.
So
I
they move.
know.
So that's good for the retail partners. Even if you can buy it from them directly, but they generally tend to have good deals for the retailers too. So
well, I would love to expand on that. I know Oz, you mentioned that, like, hey, if you want to talk about how Four Horsemen treats you, like, if you guys don't mind, if you got a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
So
Absolutely.
Four Horsemen is quite possibly our preferred vendor, and the reason for that is we don't have to compete against them, and then the value that they provide us is immense. So when while we love Spiro and Valaverse and we love NECA and things like that, the opportunity with those lines is, well, we're competing against our website. So it feels shitty sometimes, like, when we're talking with them and then being like, well, hey, come over here and buy this, when you can also go to their website and buy it directly from them. So sometimes that is hard, especially like we have PowerCon coming up. We have Savage Crucible there, we have Spiro there, we have Valaverse there, we have NECA there. We have a booth there, and we're essentially selling everything that they have. So that makes things a little bit awkward. What I like about Four Horsemen is Four Horsemen says, hey, we're doing our thing first. We're going to put this up for X amount of time. It's going to be the lowest price you can get. And after that, we're not selling it anymore. Maybe we'll have an in-stock sale, but that's not guaranteed.
Very rare. Right.
Once Four Horsemen cuts it off, it's done, and then everything goes to the retailers. Now, the retailers don't get to pick their price. The retailers, we're all bound by a MAP agreement. So that's a minimum pricing thing. So that's to not undercut other retailers. So there's no price tanking. So we have to sell it at their price, and there's a little wiggle room, but not very much. So they say, hey, this is what you're selling it for. But the fact that it moves and the difference in pricing versus what we pay versus what it's sold for, which we have to sell it for, benefits our business immensely. It allows us to order more product and get more things out there. So it's kind of like, in a way, they're boosting small retailers. So any small retailer that's able to get a deal with the Four Horsemen is better off for it long term. And at the same time, you can't clearance this stuff. So there's one, it moves too quickly, but two, unless you're doing a site-wide sale, like everything's 10, 15, 20% off, in no way could we ever clearance any Four Horsemen. So they're very protective of their brand, which I also appreciate. And then they're also protective of their brand in the way of, well, you can't scalp it. You can't just go sell this for $100. And then they're also, they have scouts. They have scouts online looking at the secondary markets, looking at the eBays and the things like that. We can't announce things early. So if we know stuff, we have to keep our mouth shut. If we have an opportunity to list something, we have a certain time, like, hey, do not list this early. And man, let me tell you, you do not want to cross the Four Horsemen. they as great as they are, they will shut you down very quickly. And I wish more vendors for retailers like us followed a very similar business model, because the Four Horsemen is what helps keep us afloat. NEC is probably like number 2 in there. And then again, when you're talking about Valaverse and Spiro and things like that, they're smaller and they're newer companies and they're working it out. So it's not as fruitful for us as far as building the business. But I have nothing but respect for the Four Horsemen. Would never want to cross them, and am always appreciative and proud to be a retailer for them.
Excellent. So, and Lawrence is mentioning here, everything Ted just said is what my local toy store owner told me. That is phenomenal. I absolutely love that. I mean, like I said, I've been a fan of these guys pretty much my whole life without even realizing it. And so like 2000X came out, and that Mike Young Productions He-Man, when I started to know who the Four Horsemen were, then kind of following them from there, not knowing about classics, but getting into it after the fact and learning more about it um, through online and stuff like that, and then discovering like Mythic Legions here. I remember seeing the Kickstarters when they came out, and I was like, "Oh, those look really good." Finding out it was Four Horsemen, I was like, "Ah, the guys that did classics." That explains why I'm seeing these um, Masters of Universe homage figures that aren't masters. Got it. And I just always saw that secondary market, though. Buying from people off of eBay or whatever, and I was like, "Yeah, I can't afford these things." Um, so I was really, really happy to find out, within this last year, just really kind of how affordable they are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm so glad that I took the dive.
Yeah, my first time actually understanding that they had a pre-order system was the Necronominus wave. I had only seen them like on other markets afterwards, and I was like, man, these are really expensive. They look cool.
Yeah.
But
I
I
think,
ordered a bunch of that Necronominus, so
I think once you break that first like $100 figure, the
Yep.
$50 figures don't look so bad, and the 37's even better deal. And then you start
Right.
looking at that value. I think, but once you spend $100 on a figure, we kind of, in John's case, $300 on a figure. You have that moment where you're just like, 50's not that bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So just wanted
I
to
mean-
pull that link up there. Dawn, the wonderful mod that she is, dropped helladopetoys.com in the chat for everybody. Go check them out. Support our boys, Ted,
That's
as
big.
well as the Black Knight.
We do appreciate that. And I also want to say, like, because a lot of people do get salty about the markup for Four Horsemen, and I just want to say, go to Four Horsemen first. Like, they put up the window, and us retailers are just there if you miss the window, and that price, for the most part, should be the same price across any retailer, whether you come to
Yeah.
Hello Toys or Big Bad Toy Store or whatever, whoever you prefer to shop with, that price should essentially be the same. So don't get mad at those retailers. That's very much a map agreement. But man, if you want at the lowest price, go to Four Horsemen first. Go
Yeah.
do that, man. That's
Yeah.
the best price you're going to get. You're not going to get any better.
No, that's if you don't want to wait, you buy it for retail. If you want to wait, you pre-order it. That's how that works for them.
Yep.
So I mean, and if you get into it late, like I did, you just end up paying retail for everything,
Yeah.
or you just hope that they have
Retail isn't
an
that
in
bad.
stock sale, or you can
No, it's not.
or for retail.
Yeah.
I know,
like,
I know. Here in Dallas, they Dallas Princess Toys, their official retailer, and their prices are pretty. They're not bad.
They've got some high prices though, John.
Oh yeah, no, they do. I won't admit, yeah, there is some markup, but for the most part, I mean, some of it, it's like you said. I mean, if I'm willing to spend, X amount of dollars, yeah, I mean, for something like that, for the value, because I mean, like again, from what I've seen so far in the two that I have, I mean, they're amazing looking. It's like I'm good with that. I'm good with spending $49.99 on on a figure.
yeah, these guys, like, getting back to this wave, in particular, everything that they kind of announced and dropped last night, the majority of all of these figures, $37.
Yeah.
Which, again, for what you're getting in some of these packs, not even just that skeleton. Oh, well, actually, real quick before we get into the heads pack here, because I was going to get into the heads packs.
Oh, sorry, I was getting ahead of myself there. So, where do you want to go there?
Go up to Sir Andrew, since we've all glowered over him
Yeah.
for quite a bit tonight already. Again, this is just a single carded, non-deluxe figure. And when we scroll down a little bit further there, Eldor, the soft goods. Alone on this guy. Like, that's completely new soft goods. that pattern that they use, kind of making wings out of his cape, as well as the wings on the armor itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just the color alone, that bronzy, copperish. I mean, it's going to stand out on the shelf, that's for certain.
Yep. With
My
the green,
favorite thing about this guy
teal,
was when they were
aqua.
talking about the backstory where he had to like burn the mortally wounded on the battlefield. It's like,
Yes.
Yes.
hardcore.
Even if you were close to death, you got
Yeah.
burned, as it were, because you didn't want to come back and serve the forces of Necronominus there, of course.
So, again, you got soft goods on the front as well as some hard plastic. The apps on the shield, that cape is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The cape with those shoulders looks freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Ted, I'm telling you, this guy's going to sell out real quick at your store.
So when the Four Horsemen are done with their pre-orders, they allow the retailers to pre-order, and we always tell people, like, we understand pre-ordering sucks. Like, nobody likes buying something that you're not going to get for a year, and we all know with the Four Horsemen, anything they announce you're not getting for a year or so, and that hurts. But we only have a small pre-order window. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I want to say it's like 60 days, something like that. So those pre-orders help us determine how much to order. Because I know a lot of people are like me, because I don't like pre-ordering things. I'll wait till it's in stock. And then I'll just order it then, because then I'll know it'll just ship and it's whatever. That's my personal preference. But without those pre-orders, it really makes it harder for us to judge how much to order. So again, if anybody is a regular Hella Dope Toys customer, those pre-orders help us a lot as far as, one, fulfilling all the pre-orders, and two, having some still in stock when it does come out for, you know, the people like me who don't want to do pre-order.
Yeah.
Working at GameStop, you know, pre-orders were no joke. Certain games, absolutely. Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, you'd be fine to walk through the door. We're going to have copies of the game whether you pre-ordered or not. However, how many extra copies of that game we were going to get was completely based off of how many pre-orders we got. Some games, if you didn't pre-order it, you weren't getting it, because if we didn't get a set amount of pre-orders, we weren't getting extra stock of the game. They're not going to ship us a ton of games to clog up our drawers if there's 5 pre-orders on this title, because nobody wanted to pre-order it, so there's clearly not a lot of demand for it.
Hey, I'll go back for a second. I really love the fire effect and the fact that his sword has that teal outer edge.
Yes.
It really makes that pop.
I'm telling you, I want this flame effect for my Headless Horseman. I want a green flame effect to go with that amazing
That'd be cool.
color variant of the thing that got me, you know, the one that popped my cherry when it comes to the Four Horsemen in there. I got that figure Obscura, and then it was like, this figure is so amazing. I immediately had to follow it up next week with doing an episode talking about Legions, and that's what became the Legions class, because I was just really blown away by.
Yeah, no, this has been a slippery slope.
You know,
money and plastic.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen a few people there. They like to dye their plastics there. So I suppose with this being translucent out there, you shouldn't have any trouble maybe getting a dye in there or something, and changing colors up if you feel like it, I suppose.
They have done like magic packs, so maybe they will do like a green version of it. I mean, I'm sure you're not the only one that wants that for their Headless Horseman. It's the same one that comes with Aether, right? Like,
right.
Yeah, it's the same. I'm looking at my Aether right here, right now, so I can say, it's the same flame.
Yeah, it's cool.
So, and I love, again, that you strip away the soft goods. As a matter of fact, Joe said it before in the chat here. I pulled it up earlier. I love the idea of buying more than one of him because this is a whole, oh, what did they call it? The it's to do with their redemption. The repentant. That was it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like the
Yeah.
idea of a faction of criminals that are trying to repent for their transgressions. And again, even though their leader, Sir Andrew himself, although he sees himself as having sinned, even if nobody else would hold it against him that he couldn't control his powers. Um, that does not mean all of these guys are pyromancers. Just Sir Andrew, their leader, is a pyromancer. So again, diving into that lore that they create for these characters and the story that goes in here. So again, here we go. This is a standard figure, not a deluxe, supposedly. Uh, that's a ton of value right there.
Oh yeah,
Absolute ton of
definitely.
value. Oh, and here we have, real quick, I'm going to bring this up. Aaron has brought in the favorite co-host.
Hello there.
Oh,
Hello.
who's our good boy? Sorry, there was a puppy. I had to stop for a moment.
Can I give a shout out to Joe real quick? Joe Gonzalez. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right, but he was in the Four Horsemen chat last night. He said something. He made a comment, and that chat was booming. He said something hilarious. It cracked me up. I don't remember what it was, but it absolutely cracked me up. And now I see him here. I remember the name because he made a funny comment in a swirl of just scrolling endless comments. So, Joe, props to you for making me laugh. I appreciate it.
Joe tends to make it most weekends here to Ozstradamus Toyz Live, and he's alive and well and big and booming within the Cabal, which, again, if you guys are wondering about that community, it's a Mythic Legions community with just some of the most absolute amazing people. The community that's behind this franchise. I talk a lot about. There we go. We got some filmation going on in the background. The Masters of the Universe community and how great that can be. All it took was something like Revelation to show, although such a great and positive community, how terrible and crappy that community can be. And it's, because humanity, just in general, it's like that. But the Cabal is such a fun, positive, and amazing place to meet people, and just, again, seeing the best of this community here in there is fantastic. And you can see a lot of these guys. You meet a lot of these guys in there, absolutely, and you'll see they're all across the chats. They'll be on Legion's Lounge. They'll be popping in and seeing Shooting the Shelf with Jesse on Sundays, which isn't always about Mythic Legions, but it's got a lot to do with different collectors, and most of them have a
sometimes
common
I watch
thread.
his Mythic Minute there. He does on Facebook sometimes.
Yep, every Thursday. It's kind of almost like a mandatory pre-show to Toy Frenzy, the Mythic Minute on Facebook Live. So this again here, this guy, I'm not a big fan of knights in full armor and everything like that. I'm more of a barbarian kind of guy. The coloration.
I like the other effect too. That's cool.
Yeah,
like
and
your spell casting effect there.
Yeah, that's supposed to go kind of right above, right on the sword, kind of like he's casting out that fire.
Bit of a sweep there.
All above all, kind sirs, right? Looking forward to meeting many of you on at Legions Con, because that's going to be the next big one after PowerCon. So, and again,
amazing picture.
Trevor's pictures just blow you away. Like, these really set the tone to sell the toys right here.
No.
A lot of work goes into those little background dioramas, and I see a lot of them making nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his stuff is just so impressive. Like, makes me want to just like stop taking pictures. No, I'm kidding. But
It kind of influences you to up your game more.
Oh
In a
yeah,
way.
definitely,
Like,
definitely.
how can I manage to get a shot like this? It gives you something to strive for. And Trevor is one of the coolest dudes to just talk with too.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah.
Again, another great Legion. So Legion's Lounge goes head to head with Lawrence's, toy ramblings on Mondays. A lot of times, I might switch between the two when I can, but I like to catch Lawrence's live a little bit more than Legion's Lounge. I can always watch that on the replay.
yeah, I watched the Maz's Toy Box, and he gives a lot of good tips on there, even like Photoshop stuff I would never think about.
Right. Yeah. And I've told you, of course, before, John and Thanos. Well, I've told everybody because we talk about it on the show. This is one of the newest main ways to play with your toys. Like, these were the kind of things that sold us as kids on these commercials, like where they've got like, the background and everything like that, whether it was their yard or whether it was like some actual play set that the Snake Mountain was sitting on, or when they used to show all of the GI Joes, like the water moccasin and everything, like actually in the water, and they were playing with it like at the creek across from their house, that my parents would have killed me if I was playing with my toys in it. Which I definitely never did that.
Also too, when you walked into a lot of these toy stores there, they had these little diorama sets placed in like these little clear cases there, and had all the mountains and rocks and what have you, and all the figures set up there.
On a dio right now. It's like the archways from the He Skeletor thing.
Oh, nice.
A lot of painting still need to be done, but there's like the step. And then it's I'm gonna put like a little like shelf on the back so I can mount it onto the wall. It'll be kind of
I like that.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, that is nice.
Indeed, sir.
Do some more painting this weekend, or well, not weekend. Monday and Tuesday's my weekend. So
your weekend of weekends. So, this guy right here is definitely one of the must-haves, in my opinion, from this. And again, getting him, you kind of want to get more. Like, the whole time I'm watching this last night, I was like, oh, 37, that's great, because, you definitely stack up more than one, and it's not going to kill you. And then they would show another one. So, like, already between him and the Raider, it's like you're looking at it and you're like 37 a piece, and gonna want more than one of them. And that's only, again, if we're ordering from here. Again, one of the best things about the way they do this, you can order it for the cheapest price from them. But then you could follow up pre-ordering later from Hella Dope Toys and making sure that you get some things, because hey, you already put this out.
This is one of the ones that I'm definitely more than likely going to get.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely getting him.
Which, again, for you, Aaron,
color and just the colors, the way it pops, the way it looks.
Right. I wanted to ask you about that because, again, I know you and I had talked before about this wave, and you were you wanted your dwarf from the fan vote.
Yeah.
And I totally got that and understood that, because you wanted more dwarves.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you how you felt about him, because, again, the other ones, we're looking at like more of a Templar style knight, and we've seen that before already.
He's the kind of knight that I would want. I don't want the Templars. I don't want the ones that look, I don't know, for lack of a better word, Warhammer 40K-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of get that feel. It's, this is traditional looking. The coloration is what's getting me on this one.
Yeah.
I agree.
I want that pop. I want that. If it's on the shelf, it's going to stand out.
You've
Honestly, from him, I just want the shoulders and the cape. Like, they're so good. Like,
yeah. Well, Thanos, if you want to get rid of the rest of them after you buy them for that, let me know.
I'm not going to pick them up. I tend to stay away from like the humans. I have, enough humans and other lines, and my Mythic is more of like my monster supplemental to my other lines. So
with good reason, and there's been a lot of good monsters lately. So, do any of you guys think that the Four Horsemen will expand into a third genre, like superheroes / villains, or horror, modern warfare, cyberpunk, etc.? So, part of this conversation, I was kind of holding back from even trying to hint at right now because I want to talk about it more. Of course, when we bring Brick and Adam on later, um, is about new IP.
Well, they're not afraid to take a chance. I mean, Cosmic Legions proves right there that they're not afraid to take at least somewhat of a chance.
Yeah.
Something that, it has nothing like this did. So it started off at, Wave 3 got me. I got 2 from Wave 2 back when it was pre-ordered, and then Wave 3 I went all in on. So it's just another thing to,
I don't know that I want to see him do like superheroes or modern warfare. Like, it just wouldn't be for me. Like, my superheroes are more established superheroes. I don't, like.
Sure.
Horror can fit in with like what they're already doing, whether it's
it's kind of what the Necronominus wave is anyway, and Poxus, for lack of a better word. Both of those are kind of themed.
And your headless horseman there in the Krampus.
Yeah.
We've got vampires. We've got undead with zombies and skeletons. We've got demons.
It would be interesting to see them do something that was standard fare, like maybe even an anthropomorphic line. Thundercats.
Didn't they have a line like that before, though? Like, before they did Mythic Legions? Like, re-releasing some of that stuff might be kind of cool.
Yes.
They had, like, the female cats and with the
birds. They had that, the birds.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I would say if you want to see more from Four Horsemen, there has to be a continuing support of what they're currently doing, because with Cosmic Legions, like, that still hasn't landed yet, right? None of us have that in hands. It's, to me, unproven. While I'm sure it's going to be amazing, and there's multiple waves or books, the success of lines like that would probably determine how far out they continue to expand. So as long and they want to create their own shit. They're just out there creating stuff in a world where there are really no rules. So keep supporting them, and whatever they want to do, they're going to do. But if there's not support on the newer lines, they're probably going to revert back to what sells.
Yeah,
and we see Mythic Legions has been out for a good long while before they even had Cosmic Legions coming out. So indeed, it may take a little while at Cosmic Legions before we see something else. But of course, they're also doing Figure Obscura there at the side.
And they're trying other things. I mean, that Wukong, would anybody have gone, oh, that's what I'm going to go with? I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah,
that came out of complete left field, and I'm grateful because it looks fantastic, and I got one. But
had to.
That's the kind of stuff that they do. They just.
I didn't have the money on me at the time, sadly.
Like, what is this? Where did this come from? They're not afraid to take a chance. Hopefully. So at some point they'll do something that's not like the other stuff.
Yeah, I'd actually rather see him like branch out into other formats. Like, they have the book coming out, that's cool. They have a video game coming out, that's cool. But something like what League of Legends did with Arcane, like just take a character and tell their story, would be freaking amazing.
I think we might see a little bit more of that. Jeremy's been working really hard writing the book. So there's a lot to go over. Like I said, with doing Legion's class and going over just kind of the real base, but always promoting the Source Horseman. Like, if you want to know more, go check out the Source Horseman. The bios, everything is in there. You can really dig into what they have established for the lore so far. And we know with that book it's coming, but there's one part that I like about this, that without having such an established lore, they we don't we're not bound by anything. You do what you want with this, and that they're completely okay with it, of course. But it really kind of gives you, with Masters Universe, with GI Joe, with a lot of things, we get stuck in these preset patterns.
Yep.
And
the
there is none.
Is there
Mythic Legions, though? Like, even if you get like this character, he has his established lore. Like, the second you like pop a different head on, it's like, oh well, this is my character now. You can still do that. But like this character, just what they were talking about, his story, like I wanted to watch it. It was like, I want to see, the magic fucking manifest, kills his parents, and like he has the whole like army of repetitive people. Like, I'm in. Like, I would watch that show or movie or whatever.
I agree. And again, like, just the fact that you pop the soft goods off, you pop a helmet on it, or you go get a head from a heads pack.
Yep.
Some other character, you put it on there, and boom, it works. It's automatically a whole new figure. This is your character, and I love that. Absolutely love that. Sean sent me very early on Deluxe Barbarian Builder. Now mind you, he sent me a whole bunch of little extra stuff with that didn't even come in that pack, just so to give me some customizability. And since then, I've picked up this. He's actually sent me more fodder here and there, and so I'm like kind of adding on to it as I go and developing it. But then the Horsemen give us that stuff. And Eldor, if you could, let's dive into some of these accessory packs here.
Yes, sir. Let's accessorize, as it were.
Let's bring up those belts packs, because this right here, this I love. And like I already said, I want to get 2 of each color. Variety of belts, harnesses, I mean, they're going full bore on a BDSM pack, and I'm all about it. We got straps, harnesses, belts for days, people.
It's just nice to have some variety in what you're doing. And that's kind of one of those things where, me as a customizer, I want that variety, especially since it's so easy to pop and swap everything, including the waists. So
right.
A lot of these belts come with loops and odds and ends that you can feed your swords through, and scabbards and what have you.
Right.
Or even hook
that one right there, as a matter of fact. Oh, go back up just a little bit and to the right there, Eldor. That right there, you've got like some extra pouches on those belts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
One of those is one of the ones that comes with the horseman, or the headless horseman himself, which is really nice. And again, what sets these apart is the ones that some of the figures come with are just kind of plain Jane, regular, whatever belts. And then the customizers themselves, they're the ones that are painting these up to look all highly detailed. This is what we're getting here, folks. Yeah. We're getting the high detailed paint app.
With the paint app. Spot on.
Yeah. Joe says he needs like 10 of each of these belt packs for the older figs.
Yeah,
right?
Like only like 4 yesterday when he was saying that.
Yeah. And it's true, because for some of these figures, like you want them to be able to carry the weapons and stuff. And now it's like, okay, well, we got some belts and stuff like that. We're going to do it. This is one thing that I've been saying, like, especially with Masters Universe Origins right now, like, accessory packs sell.
Yes.
Yeah.
I made a mention of that last night to John. I said, we're talking about the old G.I. Joe accessory packs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you lost those toys accessories as a kid, the only way you replace those was with the accessory pack. So you might have an off-colored accessory, but you still had whoever's weapon.
Right.
I think that's money left on the table.
Well, all music fan is in the house. We can all relax now, folks. He is here. He is made up.
Okay, we're breathing. We're good.
but I agree. Like this really is tremendous. Because again, it's they're giving us. They listen. They're within the communities. They're hearing what people are asking for. I'm still asking for the Lego World experience, like a shop with little trays that I can just
Yeah,
come in and pick out
Oh,
parts
yeah.
myself and build
I,
my own action
I would
figure.
love to get. I would love to get. Be able to go in and just buy cat heads
Right?
and
The Four Horsemen world
Yeah.
there.
buy like 10 cat heads. Just
It may be in the works. There may be a future of it. And I'd absolutely love it. And Pop Actor with another wonderful quote here from Arnie. Nice night for a walk, eh?
nothing clean.
I love that we all get it too.
Yep.
Do you guys think that eventually Four Horsemen will incorporate the port system that Cosmic Legion uses into Mythic Legions? It's not off the table. Oh, saying that that was meant for Jeff. I get it, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. No, it'd be interesting to see. And one of the things that I know Brick will bring up is the fact that this is very much a system when it
Mhm.
comes with these action figures.
Can
There
you explain
is
that to me? Because I really don't know what port system he's talking about.
Eldor, since
Oh,
you are on the Source Horseman page, could you go
yes,
to
yes.
their Cosmic Legion section?
Take a look there.
So we haven't spent as much time talking about Cosmic Legions and Legions class here, but when you look at their figures, oh, wait a minute here. Toy Sorceress is in the house
Oh.
with us as
Oh.
well.
Hello, my lady. Welcome.
Glad to have you here, Toy Sorceress. Thank you for showing up tonight. Let me know if you want to invite and talk about these amazing toys right here. We're going in and talking about the All-Star 6 Wave. We're taking a small deviation as we like to, but always great to get your opinion on toys. Thank you for being here. I don't think there's anybody in here that's not, but I'm going to mention it. Toy Sorceress, one half of the beautiful Toy Habits website, as well as them doing their YouTube channel. If you are not already subscribed to them, following them on IG, bookmarked the website, and subscribe to the YouTube channel, I'm surprised you're in my chat. So they do amazing work covering all the news you could love about toys in the adult collector world, and always showing off great reviews and everything else. Fantastic.
So buggies.
So when we're talking about the port system here, Thanos, if you see on his gauntlets, well, yeah, actually right there with the arms too. So those are little ports that
I do remember.
different things pop into,
Yeah,
and
it's
they're
like
all
the
over.
helmet pop, the ports on the helmets and stuff like that they have on Mythic. So they have
okay.
some of those.
Yeah, I'd seen those before. I just kind of forgot
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, and with the Cosmic Legions, it's a little bit more prominent because there's a lot of they're alien, so there's like suits and different space things and all like that. So there's a lot more room to put added
Makes
in.
more sense logically to have those for them.
And they're different sizes throughout. So like again, when you have okay, what's the correct terminology? Like the 1.0 and then like the 2.0 style figures,
Yeah,
they're different size ports. This kind of incorporates both size ports. But I just think that again, phenomenal work from the Four Horsemen. It's great to see them bridging into science fiction as well as the high fantasy with Mythic Legions. And I love the fact that we can already start to see where some of it crosses over.
this is the one. This is one of the ones that I ordered. Was Gravedigger.
because he's gorgeous.
Just like, yeah, that's the one I want. That and Novaline from Wave 2. Those two
Yeah.
So here you have more things to port in. So these cables that plug into the forearms there.
You're just
Kind
giving
of
me
giving me an
apocalyptic vibes.
vibe.
Yeah.
Yep. I love that. It just, again, it gives you tons more options to do with the figures and what you could want. And John, knowing you stick more towards like the human side of things. Were
Mhm.
you interested in any of the Cosmic Legions figures?
Some of them, yeah, possibly. And I think somebody in the chat had mentioned that too. Is there a possibility that there could be a little bit more human characters introduced in Cosmic down the road, or in the near future? But I mean, from what I mean, this one right here, I mean, he looks really, really interesting. I wonder how on the cabling, how like as far as their with the arms and everything, how far you can get those up with the. I'm sure it's articulated, the
Probably
tubes and
about
everything.
the articulation is going to be the same as a Mythic. You might have some like Slog that are going to have a little bit weirder
Yeah.
Because of his body type and such.
body
Yeah.
on those, but for the most part, they look like they're all going to be the same.
Yeah.
Although
So-
the plastic on these armor pieces are usually quite pliable, but I
They are,
think you
okay.
might be a bit hindered in motion by all this garb up here.
Yeah.
Might hinder the shoulder going up any higher, but and here we see 2 extra ports there on the belt. I believe where you can possibly plug something in there.
Tanks or something of that nature. Pouches, again,
More
you know,
pouches.
if anybody's a Rob Liefeld fan, got to have more pouches. We don't have enough
and bad
pouches,
feet. There
More
you go.
pouches, less feet.
right?
Pouches and bad feet. Let's go for it.
Well, we've got belts packs, so next we're going to get more pouches. We can add them to the belts, and then we're going to get the Rob Liefeld homage character, which will just be pouches held together by belts.
Yeah, I think there was one that was resembled Manny faces too. I think. in
Yes,
Cosmic.
they have a
Yeah, I remember
Manny
seeing
faces
one.
homage.
Well, there's the Scourge is
The Whiplash.
Oh, there it is.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Novaline is the other one that I got from Wave 2.
This is about the closest that you get right now to a human in Cosmic Legion,
Yeah.
which Joe had pointed out earlier. And I think it's a gorgeous figure. And I like that they went with that darker paint app for Manny Faces for this tribute. I think it was great.
Yeah, I'm starting to think. Yeah, me. Well, there's one photo. I think the actual photo from Trevor of him, not in that space helmet, but an actual like a almost like a knight's helmet. But I'm looking at it now, and man, that just looks
Yeah,
amazing.
it's got I think that's got the Knight's helmet in it. It's just
it's just big. Yeah.
That's to give you the robot look.
Mhm.
But again,
Man, I could see him really up, face to face with a face hugger.
I've got a couple of those in the right scale from my NECA.
That's awesome.
I agree. Like,
Yeah.
that was the look that did it for me.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the vampire face with the helmet on. So again, we're seeing crossover from Mythic Legions into Cosmic Legions, creating an homage to Masters of the Universe, which is one of the greatest things about this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these toy lines to me have always kind of been like cousins to one another, and everything about this. Look at that. Look at that. So yeah, as you know, we dive hard into All-Star 6. Let's take a look back at Cosmic Legions.
Well, technically, aren't you waiting to go into 6? So
Yeah, that's true. We're all still waiting to go into 6 because I couldn't grab any right now, but fortunately, we got several weeks left before
I'm gonna wait till next payday. But
Yeah,
I can't
that's
even
that's
two so far. In the
like I've got my list. And like I said, I did a handful of pre-orders last night off of previous Necronominous wave because of this. Let's go into that heads pack a little bit here.
I'm definitely getting
Pizza.
it back. If for nothing else, just to pike them up on stuff in the background of shots.
yep.
Getting the wings, and I'm getting this heads pack. So last night, what I ended up doing was pre-ordering yet another Terpiculi, which I think makes a third one for me now, and a extra horse, and another undead deluxe Legion builder, because this head pack did it. Like,
You're gonna
just
do that Tuberculide Centaur build.
I want to. Like the first time I saw a picture of it, I wanted to, and then after seeing some alternate skulls here too, I was just like, wow. Cornboy had me sold on the gorilla skull. Like making a Terpiculi gorilla, undead gorilla. That is a frightening idea. I don't know if any of you are aware just how freakishly strong gorillas or primates are in general, not necessarily us, but gorillas, chimpanzees, and stuff like that. Like these animals can like rip you in half. And now we're talking about one that's undead. Like, yeah, okay, you win. I'm done. I'm dead. And Ted, how did the head packs and accessory packs sell for you guys?
So usually the figures are the things that go first. There are very select people on the head packs, so it's not like the first mover. I would call it probably like third tier as far as it goes, but I mean anything for a horseman usually sells out pretty quickly. And I would say the only reason why we held on to certain things for so long is just because we had trouble keeping up with eliminating what was in stock and what was not in stock. So our site was a little bit of a mess. You're scrolling through there, it's pre-order. Oh, here's this thing. It's out of stock. So we had a little bit of a jumble there, which we're learning from. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
think
got the head pack from you. Okay.
yeah,
I was like,
Aaron got one. Yeah.
I was like, where did I get that from?
Yeah, so they will move. I definitely consider it third tier. I don't think it's priority for people. I think they buy their figures first, and then when they get what they're happy with, they're like, "How can I make this cooler?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, accessory packs," but those don't always tend to fall on the same pay cycle.
Yeah. No, I agree. I can totally get
I
that.
see you got the Necronominus still up for pre-order on your site, Ted.
Yes. So
Right now.
we took what was in pre-order, and then we guesstimated what we thought would still move afterwards, and made probably a very generous purchase. So we're hoping once all that is in stock, if it doesn't sell through pre-order, that all that will move quite
Well,
nice.
if you missed Necronominus, go to Helidope Toys.
Right?
It's there, and more to come. We also have the Cosmic Legions. I don't think we have book 1, but we have book 2, and then I believe we will have book 3 up soon.
Well, you guys have heard it here. We're going to be going to Helidope Toys to grabbing the,
Any
toys.
boxes, Ted?
What's that?
Did you get any boxes?
I don't think so. There's a window where we missed things, and we're trying to play catch up.
All right, then
I would have
to
to
feel bad if I have to order it from somewhere else.
Let me. So Black Knight handles a lot of the ordering stuff. So sometimes he just does things without me knowing, and then fills me in on our meetings. So sometimes I am a little bit behind on what we actually have coming in.
Okay.
But I can follow up with him on that. We could probably have an answer for that tomorrow. He knows everything. I don't. It lands here. I pack it. I ship it. I photo it. I promote it. But very rarely, then that's the joy of it, because like, you know, you get a box on the porch and you're like, ooh, what's this? Sometimes it's very exciting. So not knowing what it is.
And sometimes
It's a bummer.
So-
Sometimes it's 50 Indiana Jones figures, and you're just like, damn it.
Indie will sell. Be glad it wasn't just like.
Yeah, but the problem was they made 5 out of the 6 figures in the one wave all indies. Really?
I agree
No.
with that.
That's a
it
bit
was-
much.
It was a little bit more overboard than McFarlane's Batman problem.
Yeah, geez, you can,
No.
Indy's great.
they out McFarlane. McFarlane, how you do that?
And I like Todd. You know, I've met him on several occasions. He's a great guy. But you know, it's just one of those things where,
Yeah, but I need
It's
another
a little
Batman like I need a hole in my head.
especially when he's not too much different from the last 4 Batman that you just released. Like back in the day, there was always drastic differences when, you know, you'd get 3 Batmen in a wave,
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
from the Kenner days and whatnot. Now it's just like, well, he's black and gray again. And this time we gave him a little bit of a, well, we didn't really do
You
anything
gave him the
different.
traditional
So,
symbol versus that big wide one versus
Yeah.
it's I don't it's like the Nightfall Batman that they just put up for pre-order
Mhm.
to sell out. I don't like the
Yeah.
sculpt at all.
No.
Not at all. It is like, you know, not happening. I might have to
totally
wait
get
for a Mofex on that one because you know I'll know they'll do it
yeah.
because they already did the Azrael for that, so I would not be shocked to see that one soon.
Skelly jumping in here saying, "Hey all, what is going on, brother? Good to have you.
Scully, sir. Hello.
Co-host with the most." And then Allison Troy has now entered the house saying, "Greetings all. Look at this lineup of Toy Tube All-Stars on the side of the screen."
She's being
Allison,
overly generous there. I don't know.
and it-
I don't even have YouTube, so
there's all legends on here, and we've got 2 IG legends without YouTube, but still managed to show up on YouTube quite frequently. Thanos is pretty much a weekly staple here now. Emerald's been putting in almost as much work as me going across ToyTube lately. You know, and Aaron's managing to grab everybody across ToyTube to put us in some therapy to try and figure out, you know, why
Why
do
we
we
like
keep
toys.
spending money?
Yeah.
What do we do? I love it. Absolutely love this community and everybody involved here. So, Allison, if you would like to join us, I know you got some stuff to open. I've been opening little bits of Masters of the Universe all night. Finally opened up my Hypno with his bird. I hope we get a couple of repaint variants of this bird for a smaller scale Screech and Zor that we can attach to arms.
Hey, so Oz, I want to make room for your other invites here. Also, 5 a.m. comes very early for me. I'm going to go away, but I'm going to continue watching and supporting in the chat. But if you don't mind, I want to give just a couple shout outs to some people here.
Please do. I will give you the floor, sir.
So, Mr. Thanos Copter, love seeing you in all the live stream chats. You're my man. Cheers. And then Mr. Aaron, Payne's Toy Samples, loving the new show, loving that you're getting around. And then Eldor, fucking Eldor. Love Eldor. God, Eldor always gets a special shout out for me anytime I see him anywhere, just because I fucking love Eldor. And then Mr. Emerald Knight, I haven't met you before, but it's nice to meet you, and I appreciate it.
Yep.
And then Oz, I always appreciate the invite, and I appreciate the time here, and we're very thankful that, people like you were supporting us, and you're absolutely right. This is an amazing community. Everybody in the chat shows that, and the fact that, the people that are sitting here on this stream right now are also the same people out there supporting other channels on all their other shows is absolutely amazing, and it's really cool. So aside from that, I'm going to go away because I have to go to bed, but I'm Ted Darklaw. I'm the co-owner of Helidope Toys. Go to helidopetoys.com if you want to do that. And then we also have a weekly live stream every Sunday at 9 p.m. at Hello Dope Toys on YouTube. But thank you guys for having me on and letting me take up some of your time.
Absolutely,
Yep.
Ted. Thank you for being here and joining us and giving us your unique insight as a toy retailer in the current atmosphere of toy retail.
Cheers, there, sir.
Have a good night, Ted.
I'll do it.
Yep.
Love
Have a good
you
night.
guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Well, I hate to do it too, but I had to bounce. I got an early flight. Actually, I saw
Yeah.
Duchess. She was watching the Vegas. They're in the NHA finals. So
That's right.
yep. So I gotta get up and sadly I gotta be in Vegas all this week. So lots of
Have a good time indeed.
well, hopefully I'll stay out of trouble, but maybe, after maybe a few cocktails, I'll feel a little, I may want to go, you know what? I'll go ahead and get Andrew. I'll go and get Sir Andrew. I feel pretty good. I can get him now.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'll be here all week talking about it and trying to entice people because I'm probably one of the worst enablers ever when it comes to these toys.
you got me into that, you got me going down that road. But no, I want to appreciate you inviting me on, and again, just enjoy talking to everyone. Thanos, Aaron, Sir
good to see you.
Eldor, Oz, great show, man. Love being on here. So y'all have a good night, and I will talk to y'all later.
Good night, sir.
Thank you for being
Good
here,
night.
brother.
Safe
Good
travel.
journey.
Thanks.
And then there were 4. That's okay though. We will definitely have more. So these zombie heads are going to go great again with the undead builders that were just released with Necronomus. And that's one thing that I liked about it, even with all the skeletons and the bones, like they're giving us zombie options too, which is really nice.
All those heads look really good.
I know. We've got
I do wish we got a bone tail though to go with like the animal heads.
Oh yes. All right. So
I mean, the pack was tempting, but I don't know that I would ever really use it except in a Dio kind of situation. But at that point, I don't know how I would put it up there.
right.
I'm telling you, you're going to see these like all in the backgrounds of shots.
Oh,
just like
I know it's going to be on your shots, Thanos. We know you got the dark tones and the.
He's got the dungeon, got the dungeon.
Jingly entrails hanging off
Right.
of the skeleton.
These are all going to be hanging from Castle Hellscream
Yeah.
in the next anti-Eternia shots. So
I have a few more dios I'm working on too, so I start mixing up the backgrounds of my shots a little more. Because like it's usually screen or jungle or extreme set at this point. Every once in a while the Hell Skull, but I got a few more I'm working on.
that's fantastic. I love it. And again, it just really helps give options to anybody. Like, I enjoyed all the heads for the zombies that were already in the undead builders, but this guy with the big bulging eyes, like that got me.
I might actually pick up an extra one of those the undead builders.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Well, check out Hello Dope Toys. Get that pre-order in. And again, just there's options with those, like especially with the additional heads and the parts that already come with that undead builder. That vampire skull and the orc skull. It would give it a lion and a wolf head, which are great, and then a gorilla. Because why not?
You know what? The gorilla head would work good with AWOC.
Right?
Just saying.
And that's the Hagnon head repainted. Thank you, Joe. Again, I'm still new, so I don't know all of the parts here. I mean, I knew everybody was all about the blue Hagnon, and I gotta agree that figure looks amazing because I'm a sucker for translucent plastic, which big shout out to Armies of Ashmore. Not only had they hit their goal, but they've unlocked.
They managed to get 50 more of my dollars.
Right? Right? Even when you think you're out, when you're done on the last day, we got the translucent blue Milwick. So
to like 4 p.m. tomorrow Central Time, 5 p.m.
Something like that.
Eastern
yeah.
Time.
So still time to get your pre-orders in, folks, especially if you love translucent plastic now, because we got it. I love the way Jeremy approached talking about that piece right there, that small little circular piece. So for those of you who don't
Severed neck.
know, yep, the Headless Horseman came with a severed neck plug, so that when he doesn't have one of his giant jack-o'-lanterns on, you can pop in a plug so that it's not just a hole at the top of your figure. And there's, he literally said we have to include this in the Skulls pack because there's not many other times you're going to reuse a severed neck piece.
Yeah.
And I got to agree, this is the perfect time to put that out there. It's got the same flesh tone as the Undead Army Builder, as well as the other, zombified faces here.
Yeah.
And they gave you all the other neck pieces too. So like you got a zombie neck, you've got the short spinal column, the long spinal column for, again, some of these more animal heads. Like, this pack really, really helps it when you're looking at doing some pop and swap customs. Like, again, you look at a lot of people's work within the community with Mythic Legions and they do really high detailed customs. I'm not at that level yet. I'm not there. But some pop and swap though, I can do some pop and swap.
Well, even that with the severed neck, I mean, that would work great for photos. You could do a little photo shoot with some blood and the neck shows, and
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
I'm gonna be making some blood splatter with hot glue and stuff pretty soon too. That,
That's
matches
gonna be-
blood effects.
Nightmare fuel there.
Plenty of nightmare fuel throughout this entire wave. So, like I said, just this pack alone made me go back and pre-order more of a wave that I was already like, yeah, I got what I wanted. I'm good with this. And then I saw this come out and I was like, you know what? I'm not as done as I thought. Let me go back. But-
You probably best to stop while you're ahead there, sir.
Well, now I got 7 heads coming. So. But, this has just been, we've really talked about, with the exception of Sir Andrew, we've talked about most of the generic stuff.
yeah.
And that, I think, is one of the best parts of this. Like, we've talked about how great the generic stuff is. Then there's all these options of more named characters that have a higher role or a higher purpose within, again, the story here. Now, let's talk about the horse here for a minute, because there was a little bit of controversy over the horse. I don't know if you guys saw any of that.
Yes.
If you notice, this horse that we're showing now is not the same one that was pictured during the live stream last night. So,
oh yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about now.
yes, they were made aware that there's a certain connotation with a historically accurate Templar horse, and a group of individuals that like to go out into the woods in the middle of the night in their bathrobes and have wild parties that not too many people like going to. They're pretty crappy parties from what I hear. So in any case, though, it was brought to their attention that, hey, look, there's a certain context with how this horse looks and what that can represent.
Yeah.
And they had no intent of that, because there are Templars within Mythic Legions, and Templars within Mythic Legions is probably one of those things that ground it the most in reality. And they know some people really kind of like that, because it's something that exists here, translates into Mythic Legions. And even with that being said, they alter it enough so that it makes sense to be there, because they don't have those actual crucifixes and stuff like that. Their version of a crucifix is a completely different meaning. So they with like no time at all. As soon as it was brought to their attention, immediately jumped in and changed things up. So there were some soft goods on the head that completely changed to this more armor plated look. Now this is a non-painted prototype piece for some horse armor here. And they altered the red crosses on the sides of the horse for the side skirts and put the emblem of the actual faction that they serve themselves as opposed to generic red cross. And I gotta say, honestly, I kind of like it a little bit better now than I even did yesterday. I get their idea for wanting to go for something that was a little bit more accurate. But at the same point in time, now I think this pops just even more. But the crazy part is
the quilting on it is fantastic too. That's
the tassels and what have you.
Details.
I can't wait until we get into some other colors.
Yeah,
it's more realism there.
Yeah, the soft blanket for under the saddle, it's now actual soft goods. It's no longer just a piece of plastic that's kind of molded. So, and Star saying thank you, wanted to say something, but thought, probably not a good idea. No, it's okay. Like we're gonna address it. It's just one of these things where that's not what they were going for.
Yeah, sometimes you design something for going one way and you don't plan for it to go the other way, and it does. So,
well, I mean, it's because they don't think about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's not where they were going. They weren't thinking about that. And once they realized, they immediately put out a statement, and this went up, which just kind of tells you how far ahead they're always thinking, because this already had to be in some kind of a planning stage for them to be able to show it so quick to the point where we've got the, that specific kind of head armor prototype going on there.
And it was just to add more than one setup for it, just in case they, use
it. Might have been stuff they prototyped and were like just kind of have there. Or maybe even like with the helmet, like another horse they were working on, we're like, I'll put this helmet on it. Either way, it's a good job. Nice pivot.
Right? And honestly, I kind of like it because if I think of a horse waging into battle with the undead, a little bit more armor and a little less soft goods might go a long way.
Yeah, I didn't. That was the other thing. If it's going into battle with the undead, why does it have soft goods and not full armor?
Well, the other thing is that this was supposed to be kind of like a messenger horse, which you might not want the heavy armor on a messenger horse.
True, but
at
that point, you wouldn't put anything on it.
Right, you're going to want it as light as possible, so I wouldn't want to put the extra blankets on it. And I really wouldn't want an unarmored horse, though, in an area where there could be undead that are trying to bite it. So, yeah, Hooded Cobra Commander could have rode the horse from last night. There are certain things that we'll never see. And honestly, we kind of saw something that we didn't really think, like, hey, here we go. We're looking for Templars, but this went a different way. We're fixing it. Here you go, guys. This is going to be what you get. And I love that. They were ready to go with a pivot. And actually a wonderful man here to join us this evening, fresh off of working other channels, and another legend and regular here on Ozstradamus Toyz. Brick something in the house.
Hey, what's up, folks? Hello. Sorry, I was on, as you said, on another stream talking about Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
See, I had to perfectly not
do spoilers.
Right? I can't go watch that because,
I won't be able to see it for a couple months.
And why can't you go watch it, Oz?
Why can't I go watch it right now? Because I want to take Connor and I don't have him with me right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, sorry,
He'll probably see it before me and spoil most of it before I get a chance to watch it with him, because that's what he does. But he doesn't know any better. He spoiled most of the Spider-Man No Way Home for me before I got a chance to watch it with him. So I wasn't mad at him, though. Like, in the end, it was like, oh, that's great.
I'm going to watch it Monday. So
Yes, need to go see it. Need to go see it because anytime you go and see a movie that Ryan Dole's worked on, you help support Ryan Dole, folks.
Yeah, it was great. He did a great job all by himself. No, he did a fantastic job. It was really great.
I
And so it
think
was a
Brick
great
gets more
stream.
of a shout out on my channel than I do.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Hey, I
We're all
love my
top
my
water,
Legion's
freaking
friends,
so-
man.
Well,
So you're
Brick,
talking horses right now?
we
Oh,
are.
God,
We
look
were
at that.
talking about the big pivot that had to happen with this horse.
Yeah.
If Ross screamed pivot and they were like, whoa, yeah, good call, let's pivot. We've got this already kind of worked out because like these pictures were put up almost immediately, replacing all the old ones.
Oh, I guess I'm out of the loop. What's been going on?
Oh, so did you see this horse yesterday?
I did briefly. So I was watching Across the Spider. No, I was watching Little Mermaid. Yesterday. It's been
Yes.
summer movies, baby, end of the school year.
Right?
And so then I quickly kind of got caught up on the news, and I kind of zoomed through the coverage, and then watched David Williams and Trevor and Jesse and Curtis over on there, and Jeremy on their Off-World after party. So that's I don't I might have missed some of the little details about what happened. What do they have to redo?
So it was brought to their attention that the original design of said horse is not exactly the most conjured ideas. They went with a Templar accurate horse.
Okay.
And then realized that there's this other extreme group of douchebags that dressed horses that way that not a whole lot of people like.
Oh my gosh, what is going on with your stream? This seems to be a recurring theme here. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, lately? No, so yeah, what ended up happening was it was brought to their attention that these horses looked a certain way.
So we're talking like not sorcerers, but maybe grand wizards, if I'm following.
Oh, yes.
Got
Yes.
it.
Many grand wizards.
Yeah.
It's draped all in white, Brick. We'll go over it there.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So they immediately pulled the soft goods from the face of the horse and the neck of the horse, and also the side skirts, which had Templar crosses, were immediately removed and swapped with the emblem of the faction to really, really just bring this more closer to mythos and less from real world stuff that would pull it away. I think it's a fantastic pivot. I really thought it was a good idea. And the fact that they were able to swing it around so quickly, like as soon as it was brought to their attention, they immediately addressed it and were like, we're sorry. We didn't mean that. We didn't even think about that. And here you go. So they gave us a new armor sculpted piece for the top of the head, which looks fantastic in prototype. Like that looks better than what they were giving us. I mean, don't get me wrong. Love the soft goods that they're going all out on here. But that looks phenomenal. And honestly, I like the emblems on the side because I've been really digging the banners.
I've always had a little bit of an issue with the Templars for that reason. The sort of like pulls me a little bit out of the mythos thing. So I appreciate this pivot, but I know that I'm not the only one. I know a lot of people love the Templars for that reason, right?
There is a lot. And
so it's cool.
Honestly, I prefer their context of like a holy faction going to war with monsters and demons within mythos than a holy faction subjugating and persecuting people of other faiths to assimilate to theirs. Like, you know, I kind of like the other idea better than what the real world counterpart is. And that's just the less offensive version of what these looks for. So,
but what I've learned from historical document called Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade is that they were doing it for a really good reason because they were protecting the cup of. Oh wait, sorry. Okay.
Look, man, that is a wonderful documentary and taught me a lot about making choices in life.
Same with me. And I bring that up intentionally because the writer of this figure reminds me of, like, I want to hear that writer say, "You chose wisely."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now we can do that scene.
Right? We've
You
got that scene now.
chose wisely.
Yeah.
I can't
Perfect.
wait for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I'm digging. We've got an undead, faction here, and then you've got some holy knights out there coming to battle it. And again, I'm not normally all about the knights, but this this wave with knights really kind of helped. Again, the most basic of looking knights with the Templars and their buckets. They managed to actually do a really good job convincing me to be like, all right, I kind of want these holy knights to fight against my undead army that I'm building. My congregation of Necronomicus is going to be huge, and I'm okay with that because I love it.
Before you move too far from that horse, did people already gush about how amazing all those soft goods were? Because if not, can I just do that real quick?
Please, Brick, take the floor with
Look,
it.
look at that! Look at that!
The quilting alone,
yes.
as Aaron said, it's like
Yes. Okay.
Quilting,
Payne's got it covered then.
The tassels,
Okay, great. Yep, you
Right.
got it covered. And
Talked
then when you
about-
showed that banner too, just everything is wired. That banner is going to be so
Yes.
amazing. Like you can have it flowing in the wind. It's just going to be so many cool things going on. So I love this stuff.
Right. So, given all the pieces to make Bishop into Bayless, which again, that's the horse that this is originally molded after, is Bayless. So I'm loving the fact that it's a very popular horse. It's very kind of regular horse in a lot of ways, like the brown underneath and everything like that, considering we just had an undead horse and we had a vampire horse. We're getting a more normal horse again.
That's
Which
good
I
to give
completely
people
missed.
just a horse. I mean,
Yeah,
It's a horse, of course.
nice
Of course,
animation.
of course.
I also wondered if they intended, like, if they had chosen the colors already, or because it's they can kind of make the horse whatever color, but it's perfect timing because there's been a lot of people who are big on the Zelda tip right now.
Yeah.
And I've had a
Right?
couple people who saw Mythic Legion's horses and were like, "Oh, where can I get that brown horse?" And I was like, "Sorry." And then this comes and it's perfect, right? People can make their little Legend of Zelda customs and get a perfect horse. I would argue the best horse available for 112.
Right?
Anyway,
So, yeah, this horse is phenomenal. And I thought the same thing too, like, because they showed, of course, the horse without the soft goods and stuff on it. And I was like, oh, Epona. I mean,
yeah,
Bayless, right.
Uh-huh.
Got it. So again, perfect for you Legend of Zelda fans as well. If you're looking for a good horse to pose with a great Link figure, got that, Figma Link.
yeah. Have they shown it without the headgear yet to see? Is there a stripe down the head?
They did show it last night during the stream, and it might be up on IG. That is
Okay.
a gorgeous Link
I
figure, by the way.
suck
That's why I
at
went
getting
full
things to
screen with it.
focus.
So yeah, I am kind of all about getting a nice, decent looking horse, and they won with this. Also, mentioning in horses,
The horse and the moose would have been coming home with that
Alder Moose.
order, but just I can't do the big animals. It's just can't do the trolls either. They're just too big.
I passed up on Alder Moose because I just needed to be good for the time, and now it's like,
They don't take up that much space, Aaron. I mean, they're like,
how many trolls go up
Okay.
there, Greg? How many trolls?
His tank that will be coming in, or my Robo Skull. They take up a lot of room.
it does take up a lot of room, and I've got like that forest troll sitting here too. It's pretty bad. So I'm gonna have to move out, and these guys are taking over my spot in this house. So
Right. And bringing up here, since I did talk about, I want to make a Guts from Berserk with Mythic Legion.
yeah.
And you know what? You're darn right. He is often depicted riding that horse. So.
Yep.
Brick, what were your must-haves from this wave? Hold on, Thanos, I'm getting to you, buddy. I gotta scroll
Sorry,
around a
I
little
actually
bit.
got to get up for a second.
Oh.
That's all right.
There he
this
is.
guy.
And that's Guts, not just the black swordsman. That is
I actually
Bandit.
have the Black Swordsman and the Berserker armor Figma that's out in the other room.
I love them.
Do they scale well with these?
Because
Figma runs a little smaller, yeah?
Figma's quite a
Yeah.
bit smaller. This one actually scales with the Mythic Legions pretty well.
Okay.
This is like an old. I don't even remember what company made this. I've had it for like 20 years.
Well, they
Alright,
got
I gotta
the
get up for a
large
second.
ones that are coming out, so you'll be able to pick up one of those now.
Looks like you have a boombox on your shoulder, Britt. And I gotta agree. Which,
Pretty close to it.
hey, all of us were there for that. You know, all these kids today with their little, they don't even use iPods anymore. We rolled right past that now. It's all cell phones. Like, yeah, that's right. We used to walk down the streets
With their Bluetooths in there.
the fanciness. Nah,
Say
man.
what you will about the younger generation, they don't have back problems. So
No.
Yet. We didn't have
Indeed.
back problems then
they just
either.
got these
They're-
little
they're
things
young,
in their
right?
ears.
I didn't have back problems in my 20s.
Oh, I mean, lugging around a
Right.
big boombox is what I'm saying, or a gigantic disc man, or whatever it is. Anyway, sorry, I digress. What were you saying, Oz?
I can't even remember anymore. I'm
I
distracted.
think you were
with,
asking about
you
the figures, I think.
Yes. So, which ones jumped out at you from this wave?
Oh, did you go through
I mean,
all of them
which-
already?
No, we haven't
Yeah,
gone through
not quite,
all of them
no.
yet. We barely scratched the surface. We did go through, of course,
Burdog
Burdog.
and Stranger.
Yep, Sir Andrew and Burdog as being two of the big fan favorites right now. We've definitely gone through and talked about them a little bit. We just got to the horse. We did do the Raider as far as, again, that we talked about some belts. We talked about some heads. Because of those amazing things. I'm not really going to talk much about the wings, because you can just look at the picture and it says it all. We're getting bone wings, people, and it's phenomenal.
Indeed.
Especially if I'm building some kind of really crazy, insane undead with my extra tuberculi skeletal horse and everything else that's going to go into this. You're not even going to want to see it when it's done, but it's going to have a gorilla skull on it now.
Yes.
Oh, hang on a sec here. I was going to say, Black Genghis from a toy kind of mood popping in, stopping in, saying hi to these fine folks. Clavian
Hello.
and Skeleton Raiders for the win. I will catch the replay. All right, man.
Yeah. He's been dipping his toes like Thanos is. You know how that's going to end up. There ain't going to be no toes. It's going to be ankles and then knees and then.
I dipped
End
my
up-
toes in, and then a bunch of zombies pulled me down. So
Yeah. See?
And then you get up to your neck in unopened action figures there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think I've opened all
That's
the figures.
exactly how this all went. Because, you know what? I've held off long enough. I've been holding off from opening up my tibius. I kind of wanted Adam to be here before we did that as well. But you know what? I was going to do an after show tonight, but this stream's going on long enough. I don't know if I'm going to have enough fuel for an after show tonight.
Oh, this
Maybe I'll
isn't the
do it.
after show?
No, we're still public. Not all these people are patrons. But I'll tell you what, maybe tomorrow or something like that, I'll jump in and do a fine time to do an after show at some point in time where we can all hang out and get a little unchained. As I play with my boner on screen here.
That's for the after show.
Oh, wait, did I say that live now and not on the after show? Well, that's kind of the talk you're going to experience when the after show's rolling. Except it gets worse, a lot worse. Buy them all, do it. One of us.
This whole wave is
Yeah,
about
Joe.
anyway, so let's be real.
If we were in a perfect world, you're asking which of these, like if we're in a perfect world where resources were not a thing, I would be with Joe and just I would buy all of them. I think they're great. I don't have any of the true all-stars that were brought into this wave, so they would all be sort of new to me. But that said, I can't get all of them, and as you can see, I've got figures here that I haven't unboxed anyway. So I'm going to try and be a little bit more controlled. When I saw the announcement of the winners of the votes, I was like, okay, cool. They're great figs, I know that, but they're nothing that I feel like I need. So I felt like I dodged a financial bullet when those were announced for this wave. I was like, sweet. And then they started revealing. I was like, shh. Yeah. And so because of that, I have to try to pretend like I have some self-control. And I think that means I'm going to stay away from the dude from that historical documentary, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, his horse that apparently is a KKK horse. Hey,
I didn't know his horse had a stutter.
Yeah.
The K
Sorry, I'm
night is
Filipino.
silent, horse.
We have the true original. Anyways, I'll leave that. Let's see. I was looking at Baradak. I don't know how they're pronouncing that. But that's one of those things where, because I love diversity, like true scale diversity on my shelf and other types of diversity, but I love scale diversity on my shelf. I was excited. I'm just excited by Mythic Legion's use of scale, whether it's the trolls or the ogres or the brute scale.
Yes.
But now I'm in this point where, like, I have so many ogre scale that it's not even like a diversity thing anymore. Now it just looks like I have two different action figure lines.
You got a bunch of wimps. And
yeah, they almost look like they're a different action figure line because there's so many of them. But anyway, I think I'm talking myself out of getting him because I do have 2 Ukjaks coming in. And so
I gave you a solution for that.
I know I could trade, but why would anyone trade when they're all going to have, I don't know.
I don't know. First ogre skill, so excited for him.
Right. Well, he's not, depending on release dates, he's not going to be my first, but he's going to be
So anyway, I think I feel like I've talked myself out of that, and I'm stuck on some skeletons is where I'm at. Like the Rasses for sure, Undead Heads pack for sure, a couple of Belts packs because I'm going to pretend, oh, they're cheap, so I can get a bunch of them, and somehow pretend that that's a smart financial decision.
How many different toy lines are those going to be supplemented across, though?
The belts?
Yeah, you got to look at it as you're not getting that just for Mythic Legions.
Oh yeah. You're
right?
enabling me. Yes. No. Yes, I have that. Yeah, exactly. That's the logic I went through and convinced myself that it's a very intelligent thing to do.
Right.
Because yes, Super 7 folks need belts, as do AWOC, as do Masterverse. So, and then I think what were the other things? I'm trying to convince myself that I only need one of either the Raider or the Dwarf. I'm trying to have that conversation with myself right now and say it's one or the other.
Did you order the Skeleton Warrior 2-back for Origins at all, Rick?
I did not.
Okay.
The way I talk myself out of Origins is it's a different scale. So
it is a different scale. So since these guys fit with your scale, I say get the Raider and maybe get a Dwarf. Get like 2 Raiders and then maybe 1 Dwarf.
I love the shoulder pads on that Dwarf.
Yeah, that's what got me to. And the shield.
Again, I'm not.
Look like.
Go on, Thanos.
I don't remember what the shield. He said he liked the shield. I don't remember what the shield looked like on the Dwarf.
Did I catch that it does have like a dwarven shield?
Yeah.
It does, right?
Yes. Scally
there.
bones.
Oh,
okay. Right
Look
down
at
there
that
at
thing.
the bottom.
Oh, I love all these newer, like not so, but the sculpted shields are amazing in Legions.
Blowing.
I want a shield pack and a banner pack. Like, I'd buy a couple of each of those just to give the different characters.
Yep. Give me a capes pack. Give me a soft good
Soft
loincloth
goods
pack. Yeah.
Full soft goods packs needs to
But
have.
those shoulder pads, man. Oof. So good.
So does his Elnor, can you go back to the character itself?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's so cool, man. Oh. Again, if I had a choice, I'd get them all. And but when we are spoiled right now between this, well, not just like Legions alone, Four Horsemen alone has been like just relentlessly giving us Cosmic Legions, Figure Obscura, this, and so between that, between Armies of Ashmore ending, AWOC still like Wave 2's coming, Wave 3's there, the board game's there. There's just a lot of stuff, and so I have to kind of try to pretend that I'm selective, but it's getting hard.
It really is. You know, like I want
I thought
Warhammer.
last month was going to be expensive. No, it's not last month. It's this month. It's this month. No. Mm-mm. Hitting me with Joe's, hitting me with this. Yeah.
No, I'm glad the window's open for a little while, though, and I can really make my.
We got 5 weeks.
It goes into July, so I'm good. I mean, but I'm not getting much out of this. I'm only getting the 4, so and probably a couple belt packs.
What were you for?
Garthok, the other dwarf, the big guy, and then Andrew.
Okay. That's the Pyromancer?
Yeah.
I love it. He's a Pyromancer. Anyways.
Right.
Did everybody else do their lists already? No.
I'm still undecided on a lot. But I'm doing Orthoc because I want this whole Brotherhood of Shadow thing that they got going on.
Yeah.
You and I both know
Covenant.
Brick. He's going to get all the skellies.
I need to at least get all the children of Necronominus.
I'm considering this guy, but Thrasis and what's the other guy? Got him up here somewhere. The big dude. Those are my 2 that I'm getting, and I'm getting a head pack. But
Right. Well, this might be a
really
thing.
leaning towards that dwarf skeleton too.
There's going to be some that what I'll probably end up doing is pre-ordering through Store Horseman now. You know, within the next month or so. We'll see how my funds are looking. But then there will be some that over the course of time that these are available through other retailers, such as, again, Helidope Toys, I may pre-order later. Like there are some must-haves got to get kind of thing up front.
Yeah.
Want to get that for that cheapest price possible. Others later, it's like, okay, is this one worth it to pay slightly more? And
So 37 now versus what? Is it 40?
45, I believe.
Yeah,
Ted, if you're still in the
49,
chat, drop it down, please.
$8.
Should be $49.99 for the $37 ones.
Right.
Yes, usually on the big bad toy store, it's around that price.
So, you know, there's definitely going to just be some that have to come later. That's all. I mean, not as in, you know, later, but like, you know, I've got time to plan it out, think, and be like, okay, is this feasible?
I mean,
Can I do this?
If you're doing that over time, it's a lot easier to budget that out.
Right.
That little bit difference, that 12 or 13 bucks is
It helps.
pay over time rather than fret about it now.
Right. And again, talking about the children of Necronominus, this guy here has got to be one of the most beautiful skeleton undead figures I've ever seen made. Because, I mean, let's face it, when you get a skeleton figure...
I love the shield, but...
Yeah.
Yes, the
That
shield's
shield
kind of
is-
like almost a must-have for me.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going through my head, is like that made it a must-have for me.
So, this is your skeleton figure.
Yeah,
You know, when you think
I
skeleton,
love that. Yeah.
this is it. It's Tibius. And then there's this skeleton figure.
Oh.
Like tattered soft goods with bones exposed through. Like, just, there's a whole different look here to this.
Yeah.
Is that a fur collar? Like
Yeah.
a soft goods fur? Oh, love it.
Yes, looks to be
And
the
it's
case.
tailored according to
Yep.
Jeremy.
We got split armor
I did
here
say that
on
during the
the
stream.
pauldrons.
So Curtis has jumped in and he says he's getting 12 Sir Enochs, but that's because he digs those
Good,
knights.
sir. Hello there.
Nice,
Thank you,
Curtis.
Ted. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I really do wish they would just like release shield packs of like all the different factions though, because these are freaking amazing.
I think we're just going to get them over time. You know, we're going to get a figure here that's
Yeah.
going to have one. We're going to get a figure there that's going to have one.
Yep.
I'm sure they've already got them planned out. I just can't wait for more of these banners. Like I said, I wanted several of the banners alone because I see a whole dio of like a church scene. Because again, this is a congregation, and like you've got Necronominus, you've got his 6 children, you've got the generals that kind of work with them, you know, standing there. We've got Maximilius here, and then, like somewhere in the background is a Torpiculi just like looking over things, and then you've got like just random skeletons and undead sitting in the pews in front, and the banners up in the air, like some moonlight. Like I totally picture this in my head, and it's a gorgeous looking thought, which can be kind of creepy in a way because they're all undead, but you know what I mean. Like it's a beautiful photo shoot in my head.
I love it. I love
But
the idea of crafting 112 pews.
Right?
That's
I'll just
so
find
cool.
somebody on IG that's already doing it.
Or yeah, that too. But this is a great looking figure.
You really could. It's not too hard to carve some foam up.
Yeah.
No. It's
Just
really
get yourself a rebreather mask so you're not inhaling the foam.
of course. Get that little nice foam cutter action going.
It's amazing what really great soft goods will do, and I just love sort of seeing the more like faux leather on this, sort of shredded. And the only time I've seen that this is a Kai Labs soft goods, and this weirdly became like a Rumpelstiltskin a custom or something. But when they're tailored, it's just, and they have these sort of like little details like this. It adds so much to these already amazing, like amazingly detailed, sculpted Mythic Legions figures.
Right.
I'm just so happy to see that here.
So the soft goods that we've seen demonstrated for this wave. So I just opened up this Tibius here, and this is the tattered
old
cape
school
look that we had before. And I mean, mind you, on a standard toy, this is better than what you would normally get from like a Hasbro or a Mattel.
Yep.
You know, it's a little bit more quality piece. And then we have this, which, you know, you see that wire stitching and everything like that going in. You know, it's just phenomenal looking, and the posing that's going to get you. And this is the same on the horse. The horse has wired soft goods. A horse.
Do we know if the sort of chainmail creeping out underneath the pauldrons I'm assuming, is that built into the pauldrons?
It looked like it was.
It looks like it's molded.
Yeah, that doesn't look like it's a separate piece. It just looks like it's molded, broken chainmail from underneath plate mail.
That's cool.
Ted saying his Tibius and Moose landed today. Looking forward to opening them. Absolutely, man. I got to tell you, like the sheer amount of swords and daggers that just fell out of this Tibius accessory bag, like with everything. I got some belts. I got my normal skull here with that bit of articulation on the hinge jaw from, again, just a normal skull, as well as the nice painted up skull to make him Tibius. Again, I like him.
Ooh,
I really like
that.
him.
I kind of wish they would have shown this figure naked, though. I want to see how much bone he's got under. That sounds so bad, but
I think we said it's pretty much, with the exception of like the boots, isn't it a full skeleton buck, like the full like an actual.
it's the
Just,
same
Well, I
for
know
me.
like his rib cage is, but I don't really know how his like legs are. But,
Hips and the legs was like.
right. Well, because like as you get down to the legs, they're kind of like this.
yeah. Well, they
You know?
have the bone feet too for him, so it's kind of
Yes,
wondering.
because you can pop those under it. I like that.
Yeah, Curtis said the chainmail is a part of the pauldron, and it's the same pauldrons from Poxus. And
Got it.
it's so funny. Like this is both the great thing about Legions and the I don't know, the awkward part is that we've got Poxus that hasn't even come yet, and that's going to be shipping soon. So I'm going to have that come through, and then Cosmic Legion. I don't know what the order is, but so we're looking at these toys right here, and we're going to pre-order them, and they're going to come next year, right?
Yeah.
And it's not, and people are like, "Oh, that's such a long time to wait." But depending on
Comes
where you're
quick.
at in this, like I'm pretty much going to be getting Legions every couple of months up until then, which is
I'm actually okay with it.
Trip.
Like, especially if I pay in advance. It's like when they come in, and it's just gonna be like, yeah. It's the stuff you pre-order and you don't pay in advance. It's like, oh man, I hope this comes in at a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the problem you face, right? Like you pre-order from like Big Bad or something like that, and the money doesn't come out, and you're like, "Oh, I'm good," and then that time starts catching up with you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bunch of stuff that said it should have already been out, and I have a feeling that it's just going to be like everything at once. Like I still have the money set aside.
Pre-order dates that are not quite the right dates. It says it's not due to come out till September, and then you're getting hit in May with it.
Yeah.
I wish they had the option to actually
makes me go crazy.
One of the plus sides about Mythic Legion's pre-orders with that, I mean, there is going to be some slight variation from Big Bad Toy Store, but at least you have a better idea of when you're going to be getting those.
Yeah.
Because of the way that they update you on their production status.
Yeah.
Tony Romo joining us this evening saying, "What up, pimps? Good to have you here, Tony. Thank you."
Get up again, but I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's nice because they give you that leeway, so and you're paid for it up front. So then you don't have to worry about it. It's paid for. Move on. I don't have to have that. Oh, well, this is coming today. This is coming today. This is coming today.
Right. I mean, I know with my first initial pre-order of Necronominus Wave stuff that I'd got, I know when that's coming in, and it's already paid for. I took care of that. So now it's just going to be a matter of, the stuff that I pre-ordered after. It's like, oh yeah, I got to remember that's going to be coming out. So, but again, they do a really, really good job of informing everybody on the production schedule, and you will know when it's coming. And that's what I like about these. It really, really does help. Four Horsemen are great at communicating, cannot say the same for the big or bad toy stores. And toy companies in general, I mean, another thing with Mythic Legions that I just like so much, or Four Horsemen in general, is they're always out communicating, letting people know what's going on, when it's happening, when there is issues and things get delayed or things don't come out right. Recently with the troll heads and everything, they're very upfront, very straight up. This is what's happening with us right now, so we're sorry, but we're going to get this out to you as soon as we can. And I mean, let's face it, Hasbro's got nostalgia running tenfold right now. We got a lot of Joe fans right here in the audience watching that know Hasbro's got them with the Joes. They got others with the Star Wars, Marvel with comics, and everything like that. Hasbro's got us there. Mattel's got all of us Motu fans like frothing at the mouth, waiting for our next drops. The communication is so terrible from the big guys. Like they announce things, and then they're like, "It's going to be out so and so,"
Yeah, they give you a quarter or a date, and then it's never on that date.
No. Like Rise of the Snake Man was supposed to hit Q1 this year, and people had it in November of last year.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I totally missed out on it. I was like, I got months before this is coming that I got to worry about it. Good, because it's Christmas time and I need to focus on buying presents, not for myself.
Yes, and those snake men hit rather fast, sooner than most of us had expected.
Exactly. So I totally missed out on that.
And we still haven't got our major order $1 there, and yet we're getting all this other stuff coming out before that. But hopefully they'll be out in the next either this month or next.
Part of the made-to-order stuff that puts that off and why that takes so long is because they have a production lineup and a production schedule that they're following at the factories. They're only doing so many runs of this particular one, so many runs of this one, and then from there, that keeps up with the production schedule. So when you're throwing in something like a made-to-order, you've got to find an open spot within production schedule to put that, or where you can manage to fit it in. Fortunately, with something like Wondar, you figure it wouldn't be too hard for them to gear up.
Pretty much already got all that stuff.
I don't know how long it's going to take them to break down and reset everything to do the colored plastics that you would need for Wondar. I mean, clearly they're still running those tools regularly for He-Man figures because we just got He Skeletor. Yeah. And with just getting He Skeletor, I'm sure that's why they were able to do another run of Wondar. So hopefully it won't be too long for you.
Is it not pronounced Vundar? I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Wondar.
It's pronounced wonderful.
Wundar.
Wundar.
The Klingon vessels are attacking.
Where do you keep your nuclear vessels?
I have a bad Russian accent there.
Well, on that note, gentlemen, I am going to go to bed. I have got to get up moderately early.
Real quick, though, Paige, you gave me homework to open my toys.
Did you get there?
I'm doing one right now in front of your eyes for proof.
Are you feeling better about it now?
I'm giving birth. I am.
Oh, Lord.
I have way too many trolls now, but yes.
I'm going to have...
Just wanted to let you know that I was doing my homework before you left. So. He gave me strict marching orders.
It's for you. It's not for me, though.
It is, I know, but I'm a people pleaser. What can I say?
Just because Rick said he's giving birth, I have to switch this whole stream to Unchained, guys.
You guys have a good one.
Night,
you as well, Aaron. Thanks for coming in and chiming in. Love it. All right, so I was going to run through the chat here and go through some things. Ted is mentioning BBTS takes info from vendors and makes a post. They have too much inventory to think about anything after something is posted. That makes sense. Yeah. That totally does make sense. Like, hey, this is the info they're given from a vendor. Here, we're putting this out. Right. Vendors ahead of schedule, well, they're just trying to get those orders out. So they're not going to be like, oh, by the way, all this stuff is showing up early. But that's why now you're getting charged for a pre-order you weren't expecting for another 3 months. I can get that. I definitely understand that. I still haven't seen anything from certain waves of various lines. I only saw the Disney Plus wave of Marvel Legends once. Yeah. So that is always pretty big when they're just not popping up in store. But we've also got to remember when you are looking in store at a wave, that distribution isn't always on. It's not going to be on Mattel, or it's not going to be on Hasbro. Walmart and Target have their own distribution. Stuff gets shipped to their warehouse. From their warehouses, it's distributed amongst the companies themselves. That's not on anybody other than them. when you're not seeing your product in store. They are not distributing it appropriately. They have
You're
these
doing your breathing exercises there, Brick Sir.
Oh, giving births? Yes, sir. I should mute. You're going to hear a lot of plastic crinkles and me cursing at metal wires right now.
ASMR, man. It's all good. So
those metal wires are actually, I use that in pipe cleaner for my Spidey web.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you could use them if you were to do soft goods too. Yeah, I'm kind of one of those persons who I get mad and upset at them, but at the packaging, but I take it out and keep everything for some stupid reason. So it's my fault too.
Right.
Yeah, I keep all that stuff.
I keep
scrap.
It's good to hang on to it all because, like you said, you guys reuse it. Whenever I got to run wires for something or all like that, it's always good to have a couple of extra twist ties or something that I can have just sitting around. Makes sense. I got like a baggie full of them.
Yes, I have a little bowl there up to the side, and I just drop the old twisty ties in there for later.
It's a good way to handle it. So, see, Big Bad Toy Store is working hard right now to clear out inventory. They're having daily sales for figures that cannot go to pile of loot. Some good deals. I completely agree. They're definitely doing a great job, and I'm not trying to beat up on Big Bad Toy Store or anything like that. Of course, I have a pile of loot that I just cleared recently myself, which is how I got all these wonderful guys. I think they're great, and I enjoy when I can find toys in a physical store. I love the hunt. That's actually one of the best things about going out and checking places. Mm-hmm.
I just saw her. I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. There's nothing more joyous, in my opinion, than walking into a store and seeing the toys that you want on the shelf. Because it takes me right back to being a kid, going down the toy aisle and seeing toys that I wanted right there on the shelf.
See what Curtis and Joe are. Oh, sorry, interrupt. I thought.
No, go ahead, Bert.
I was just gonna point out what Joe and Curtis are saying. Like, yeah, dude, just cut those. And I know you're totally right, and that's a smart way to go. But I'm one of those persons who's like, no, I gotta keep it, and maybe someday I'll repackage it and sell it to someone. Says my giant pile of empty boxes with trash.
You're gonna use all these amazing little silver wires. Oh, I just actually broke that by ripping it. You're going to take one long one, and then you're going to wrap like another one around it, kind of like Thanos was mentioning, to make it spider web, and that's going to go on an Okitis.
Okay, yeah.
As his web.
Yep.
So you can't just go snipping through stuff, guys.
I know, it's painful to watch. They're like amateurs. On the sort of topic of Four Horsemen being really great at communicating, and I've heard, just tonight, people saying, well, this is what BBTS is doing, and I agree that the Four Horsemen does a really great job of communicating, and that's definitely it's huge. It's helpful for fans, all of that. I will say though that sometimes when other companies supposedly don't communicate, or sometimes it's true they don't communicate. Other times it's fans who are feel like they are owed some kind of explanation that maybe nobody else actually agrees with that line of logic. Why won't they just tell us X, Y, Z? And the reason I bring that up is because I feel like in fan communities it creates all sorts of unnecessary drama and sort of consternation around the hobby. When oftentimes there is some explanation to something that we just don't know, or for whatever reason aren't privy to, or they just, I don't know. It just, I'm kind of wary of that kind of talk sometimes, because while I definitely applaud Four Horsemen for being awesome at sort of saying when things are coming or when there's a mistake, I think they do a fantastic job, better than pretty much every other company that I've had experience with. They communicate so well. But on the other hand, I do feel like sometimes folks get really upset about, toy company A or toy store B not communicating something. And I don't know, sometimes it just sort of feels like I don't know, like they're owed some kind of explanation when sometimes they're not. I don't know. Just
I feel GameStop owes me, but that's from years of working for them.
that's from years of exploiting you.
Yeah, I want to know why I can still pre-order CamoCon and Rat Lore and all these other figures that have clearly been canceled across the board from other retailers, and GameStop is still flashing me ads saying I could pre-order them, throwing it in my face that I can't get those at retail anymore. And they're like, no, you totally can come pre-order. Put your $5 down on it. It's cool. Every 2 weeks when you get paid, you can even put more to it because when you pre-order through us, you can use it like layaway. That's how I used to sell a lot of pre-orders to people, by the way. Like when an Xbox
Yes,
One was coming
I
out.
only saw one of Ratlaw and Cobra Khan there at the
Right.
local shop, but I think after I televised it in that group, they were sold.
Oh,
Going
of
as
course.
those were the only two we got in. You see, the rest have just been Pighead and the 2000X lot and what have you.
Right. So, like, I'm just saying they owe me. But
The only
like,
masters I've ever seen at GameStop are the minis. I've never seen any of the Origins or Masterverses in any of the GameStops.
I know, yeah, you can order them from GameStop.com. You go on there right now, you can still pre-order, or at least you could recently still pre-order, like I said, Ratlore and Cobra Con on GameStop.com. Still available for pre-order, or at least they keep advertising it to me nonstop.
I actually still have Cobra Con on pre-order from Entertainment Earth. I don't think it'll ever come in, but I have it pre-ordered there.
Now, this I can kind of agree with here, where it's like,
Yeah.
Customers paid in full and are told something will land X month, but it doesn't come for months on end. They are owed an explanation. I can understand that because you've had your money there and you're not moving it and you're not using it. It's just sitting there. And if
See,
you're not
I've had pre-orders since around, August of last year. An outfit over in Australia, and yet all these figures are well out and about, and everybody has them, but no, still waiting. And I communicated with the fellow last week, and he finally got around. He's not really good at replying, you see, but some of us have got replies there, and a few of my things are coming in, and there's still a long wait there.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there in those kinds of cases, I was, just being general and oversimplified, but I don't know. I guess sometimes when things are like, oh, why did this head change? I have specific examples, but I'm just not saying them.
COVID didn't help much
Anyway,
in the
whatever.
shipping respect either, I suppose.
What was that?
I suppose COVID didn't help much with things shipping about and what have you.
Yeah. Anyway,
That was
a
one of the
random
biggest
thought.
things with distribution was, of course, COVID messed up a lot of stuff, especially with things just getting into the country. It wasn't even a matter of people being available to transport once in country. Getting things into the country at that time really messed with a lot of stuff. So, I mean, I'm glad to see things have gotten more normal or closer to normal, new normal. I mean, things will never really truly be like what they were prior to.
Yes, shipping prices are going up there.
Well, everything's going up with certain events going on globally that we have no control over to be able to do.
If I can bring us back to Legions real quick,
Please do,
since here on your channel we do Legions class, right? Which is from the beginning it was kind of intended as this way to talk about Legions, particularly for an audience of folks who aren't familiar with the line or maybe have heard some things and kind of wanted to get their feet wet, learn a little bit more. Particularly, you talk a lot about Masters of the Universe here and other, bigger lines. So I am curious. We're heading now into Necronominus with a lot of like skeletons, right? And they have Four Horsemen have like cosmic legions, etc. I'm kind of curious what you think might attract those kinds of folks that we normally talk to this line. Like, are there particular more themes, creatures? Like, what kinds of things do you think it would take to pull some of these folks more into something like Mythic Legions?
I mean, Masters Universe fans already have a big pull to this line, to this fandom. I know Curtis himself, he is a big Masters Universe fan and dove into Legions. And, bam. Kind of pulled him in. Wait, see, I give this praise to him for being a Motu fan because, I appreciate Curtis. And then he says, oh, wait, this is for people not familiar with Legions. All right, catch you guys later. Man, go share it with all your friends that are trying to keep up with what you're talking about, Curtis, and draw them into the channel so they can learn a little bit more.
Actually, Curtis, hang out for a little bit. We're about to talk about Frazetta. So.
Oh, yes. Why not? When it comes to Motu and art, right? But yeah, Motu fans especially have that pull to this automatically for the close association that the Four Horsemen have with Masters Universe, with the homage characters within Mythic Legions. One of the big ones right here being the Shiro homage. Got the Hordak homage. We got a Skeletor homage, Trapjaw homage. Like, Horsemen are synonymous with Masters Universe for quite a while now because of the amount of love that they have for the brand and they put into it. And that's why we continue to get those homages. So that's already a big pull. I want to know what pulls the G.I. Joe fans, because I know, again, tonight we had several G.I. Joe fans within the audience hanging out. And I know some of them just like hanging out, talking about toys no matter what they are. But is it the high detail sculpts from, again, the fans of Classified that would, kind of pull them into looking at these a little bit more and giving a bit more time and looking at them? Or maybe they might look a little bit more at Cosmic Legions. Well, no, because a lot of people didn't care for those new futuristic-esque type weapons that they had in Classified when they first dropped, and wanted to go back to the more modernized weapons.
I mean, not that I don't think Legions. Oh, go for it.
I was just saying, I think Cosmic is good for pulling like people, not necessarily Motu fans, maybe Star Wars. I'm not sure, like honestly, but I mean, it's definitely going to attract a new crowd.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just like the obscure references they're doing with even this too, because I know Brick picked up on it rather quickly with Cosmic Legions and looking at that again. Basically, your main protagonist. And I can't think of his name because, again, I'm still trying to learn all the names. There's a lot of them. And now I'm also brain farting on the retro line.
The Thygar? Is that his name?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Did I say that right? I think he's right there. You just passed,
right.
Or whoever's controlling. I keep wanting to say Stilgar.
Did I miss something?
Yep. Well, one of the guys we're talking about is known from a toy line.
Right there, Thygar.
Yes, Thygar. And Brick, help me out with the name of the old toy line. Microman? No, because that was
Micronauts. Microman.
Micronauts. Thank you. Yeah.
Microman is the Japanese, so you were there.
Good. But like again, Thygar himself was like a direct pull from that. The inspiration's there.
Oh, was he? I hadn't heard that.
You didn't see that? Oh, not so much this version. I mean, it's kind of there.
Huh.
Do you? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong toy line then.
Are you thinking Power Lords?
Power Lords.
Yeah.
Power Lords. He's all over that.
Yeah, totally. the blue
Which,
and orange, and
yes.
yeah, which Four Horsemen worked on a sort of like a reboot version of Power Lord. So, and I
Right.
know that they're very much about the artwork, the artist whose work inspired Power Lords. So, and
Thank
that's a direct line to this thing for sure.
Yeah. So it's like they put these inspirations that they're passionate about. And also Micronauts, by the way, uh, is another really good toy line too.
Oh, hell yes.
In that
With you,
port system,
Star.
man. Seeing all the ports all over this guy. That is just
Well,
so cool.
when you mention ports, that's to me, that's the Micronauts thing, man. It's
Yeah.
like Micronauts with their was it 5mm? No, I forget what it was. But there's that they had ports that you could combine their vehicles with the characters, and it was like by design pop and swap, man. It was like, and then they had the Magnetron, I think is what they were called, characters like Baron Karza, where their joints were all connected by magnets, and you can pop them out and make a
Yes.
centaur like
Right?
that. That's where I got that bug. That and Lego mixed with like action figures, and this is what you've got: Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, as far as
That's right. It's a system. It is
yeah.
a build your own figure system. You can do it over and over again with many different ones. Mattel gets it too because we got that pop and swap with Origins now.
Mm-hmm.
That is just so reminiscent. I mean, of course, as kids, people used to do that all the time. Pop the arms off of this guy, put it on this one because they worked. This is probably the most clear image where you see that. And
Yes,
Nolan's
Power
mentioning Exo Squad were pretty sweet mix and match. And I gotta say, I miss Exo Squad. Those guys were great.
My cousin had a bunch of those. One of my younger cousins.
I just thought they were so, like, I don't know. There was like so much detail in like this little 5-inch mech with like a 2.5-inch pilot and all these different weapons and different accessories. And then they had a little motherboard that you plugged into the back of it. Like nobody cares about a motherboard for a mech suit. Well, I did because I thought it was cool. And one of the ways that, my little raiding party would try to like sabotage the enemy mechs was running in and stealing all their motherboards out. And now they're useless. Because that's how I played in my head. I'm talking about pop and swaps with Centurions and the system with that. Yes, the port system definitely calls back to Centurions. 100% with ports all over the body. Like, let's go ahead and hook up different, robot pieces here. Like, there's just so many influences with these toys, and it's new IPs. I was going to wait till Adam got here and then really bring up the whole idea of Brick. We've been saying it for a while. There is a toy renaissance going on with the indies that makes me want to almost pull every penny from other toy lines.
Yeah.
But I've still got my nostalgia tax to pay because I like my Origins and everything like that.
Yeah. And they're good, fun toys too. Still,
They are.
Good night, Joe.
Oh, Joe's rolling out for us this evening.
Later, Joe.
Can I ask a question to the chat, or do you guys? Are there any troll owning folk who? So it comes with these plastic sleeves around their neck, and I could just cut it off, but I am curious to get the heads off. I've never taken the heads off my trolls. I haven't switched out those all-star troll heads yet. Heat, like what are people's suggestions? That's all.
I didn't use anything when I popped my head off.
Just pop your head off? Okay. Yeah. And you replaced the all-star ones? Is that what you did?
No, it had 2 heads. Yeah.
Okay. Same JG. I got my first 2 from All Stars, and then I got the Force because green. I think I'm looking to give my ice troll a new home. Sorry.
I may have to talk to you about that ice troll just because of having a troll. So several people are rolling out this evening now at this time, which I totally get it. Ted Darklaw is going out. Joe Gonzalez is heading out for the evening. Guys, thank you for being here, joining in the chat. Ted, thank you for jumping on tonight and giving us a little inside look at the, the process from the end of the retailer. It's great to have you for that awesome resource of information. Pop, if it won't come off, add heat. Well, Curtis put it out there in the most layman's terms as possible, and that's why Brick and I are like the only two brave enough to use actual like full heat guns. It seems, while everybody else is like, go use a hair dryer. Well, I got news for you folks. I don't have one of those readily available because of my hairstyle. Haven't had a hair dryer in years.
I'm pretty lax with the whole heating up toys. Like, I've done it for a few toys, but most of the time I'm just like, let's hope for the best.
The only reason I'm even hesitant on the heat of this because it has this little plastic thing, and this thing will like melt pretty quickly.
That'll
like,
melt.
Is it even worth it, or I just cut it off? But,
you could always just use some hot water. That might be the safer bet here than using an actual heat gun. Because I agree, that little flimsy plastic on there, that's probably. Oh, did you just rip it off?
Yeah, I mean they do. I knew they had these rubber things too to make it a little easier. So I just, just asking for thoughts. But yeah, they have this cool, like rubber gasket that they added in the newer ones. But
Curtis is with us. He uses the heat gun.
Just gotta keep it moving. Yep, so you don't melt it for sure.
Stars mentioned boiling water. You may not want it quite that hot. Look at that.
Look at the sculpt on this thing.
I know.
That thing's awesome.
And if you're serious, Oz, so the ice troll comes with this one. I hadn't switched out. This is the head that it came on.
Right.
But these are the older heads that are a little bit harder to get off. So they sent us the replacement heads. So there was another head exactly like this one with the new rubber sort of gasket that's a little easier to pull off. Right. And there was one that looks like this.
Yeah, with like
I haven't even touched those. They're chilling in the box.
I gotta be good. We'll talk.
Yeah, headless troll.
Oh, yeah, I can go put it on my horse. The headless trollman. So I like how we were all about All-Star 6, and then we keep migrating back to Cosmic Legions too. I think it's because Star's here. Bill from Weird Fantastic Toys is giving us a course on the internet by showing us educational videos from '96. Good to know, Pop Actor. Thank you.
I saw that. It's like a kid's guide to the internet or something like that.
Bill's got a great channel over there. Like almost, sometimes I go on a bit earlier than he does, but then my streams end up going until well after he's done. But sometimes if I end early enough, I actually jump off of here and then go jump onto his stream and see what he's still chatting about and all like that. I definitely enjoy catching Bill live. And if you guys get the chance, definitely do. It's always a fun hangout. He normally does hangouts throughout the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, as well as Friday nights.
I love that. I learned so much about, he says, Pop, actually, I loved so much about modems, DOS, AOL.
Man,
I already felt old, and I feel even older now.
I used to program at DOS back in the day.
Look at you.
Yeah, man.
You were around for 14.4. You were around for 28.8, 36.6.
That's right, because, I didn't have Windows on my first computer. The first computer we had was a Commodore 64, but it still had other programs that you could run if you knew the command prompts. And that was all in text code. And my dad had a book, and I added to that book.
Very cool.
My first computer didn't even have a hard drive. It was literally the
Disk
floppy.
drive. Yep. The computer itself, there was no memory. It was a floppy disk drive that connected to a monitor. Oh man, that's so cool! You 3D printed the save icon. Get out of here, you little shits. Kids today.
Here's the trouble with trolls. We keep our accessories in little bins and plastic things. Where the
Right.
hell am I gonna put like the extra head? That's I've got these extra troll heads.
It's piked up on one of my shelves. Like I have that little
Yeah,
tree house that's in
that
the
makes
background of all my shots, and there's
that's
just
cool.
like the troll head piked there.
Displayed. Nice.
So I've got these little drawer things, like you know how you can get those tiered drawer stands from like
The
Walmart or Target.
plastic
or
ones, yeah.
I've got some deep ones that are just a single drawer. I got like 2 of them that are on my desk. So for like all the larger stuff, those alone hold the extras. And as much as the Hexastack system is going to be awesome with its little drawers, 3 inches is not enough to contain a troll anything. So again, now we're talking here with the All-Star 6. This is more the fan vote. And this is Sir Ignatius right here, which the main thing that I hear over and over again about this figure that really makes me just want it, pearlescent armor. That look for that. Now, Thanos being as John is not here, and he definitely does a lot of the photography. I know you're still building up your photography with it. Do you have any interest in a character like this, being the fact that pearlescence doesn't
I
always...
think he looks nice. It's just I'm not really into the knights. I'm not really into the humans in Mythic Legions. Like I was saying earlier, like it's more a supplemental line for me than an all-in line. So
Yeah.
like I had plenty of humans from other stuff. He looks cool though, like the shading on his armor. Like I think he's a really nice figure. It's not for me.
You could almost do your own extender tribute custom, perhaps.
Yeah.
Ooh, good call out.
Similar type of pearlescent armor that he has on.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Oz, were you
Sometimes it's hard
saying
to
that
get
like?
Oh, sorry.
Or I was just gonna ask because you were asking about the paint. Is it because it would look good in photos, or that it's challenging to photograph, or what's
It's
the?
challenging to photograph.
Yeah.
So
So
does it
being,
say, like if you see my hell skull, it's all pearlescent white. And sometimes it comes through in a shot, sometimes it doesn't.
right.
Oh, yes.
Trevor
So-
did a good job of showing that even in shots like this where maybe the pearlescence itself doesn't show, there's still some kind of shimmer to it. Like you can tell
Yeah, you
there
can
is
tell.
something extra to this armor.
I'm sorry, Curtis. I did not mean to offend you. It's just that's honestly one of the things I think is the best about Mythic Legion is there's something for everybody, and you don't
Yeah.
have to be all in. It's like I can get
Yeah.
these guys, you can get those guys, and awesome.
Right.
We can play together. Like you can bring
Well,
your
and
knights and fight my skeletons and demons.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, we can totally do that with the differences that we have. I'm all about the congregation of Necronominus over here in my undead. And Curtis just told me he's buying like 300 Templars to slaughter my congregation.
And each of them will need 2 belts each.
Yes, 2 to 3 belts each.
I know you're kidding, Curtis.
That's totally kidding, but I mean, like that's one of the best things about this, and that's why I'm
Agreed.
excited for Legions Con is meeting up with other people and seeing what they're into. I don't
I
need to
think
be.
this figure looks great though. Like I'm not gonna pretend like it's not a nice looking figure. Just for my personal taste, it's not what I'm gonna get.
If I wanted
Like
to
if
get
I had
a knight,
infinite money, sure, I'd buy them. I might even buy a couple of them.
I'd be all in like 3 times over on this wave if I could. Probably 4 or 5 times all over if money were not an option. But I would have been like that with regular Necronominus too, because I want to army build Capiculi. Like just him. And this only made me want to do that more because now I've got more options on what to do with him.
I want to take all of my toys and play sets down and make like my living room, like set them all up and have people come over and basically play Risk with the different playset territories and different factions. I think that would be like a super fun night.
All right, I'm on my way.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Right?
I was tempted by Iggy because I wanted some buddies for Ukjak to kind of pal around in their matching armor.
Right?
But And I've seen like Toy Bro actually does some pretty cool pop and swaps with that armor.
Yes.
So it's really cool stuff. I won't be getting it, but that's
If
the
there
other
was a
piece is like
female in that style,
yeah.
I would be all
Yeah.
in. Like, we don't get enough female characters. I would buy a female knight in that style of armor for sure.
Totally agree.
And that was sort of the thrust of my question earlier in terms of like the idea that there's something for everyone in this line if you're not going to try to be sort of completist about it. That's kind of what I was wondering, like what other races or beings or types of creature or genre could be pulled into this line that might like attract other folks, because I know like Oz, you're a big skull guy, and then they came out with Necronominus and it was like whoa. And I know they're hardcore, like,
they sold me on
folks,
Halloween and doubled down on it.
Yeah. And then the same with the dwarves, right? So I've always just sort of wondered, I wonder what else they could do that would like pull in a whole new group of people that wouldn't have otherwise.
Right? Something that's basically a hobbit would pull some people in.
Halflings.
Yeah. More stuff like the trolls too, like just big creatures.
Giant, massive creatures.
And then like Savage Crucible, like one of the things that pulled me in was like the Cthulhu style, dude. I was like, oh man, I need that. I don't have anything like that in my collection.
Fish people, period. Nobody respects fish. And like they were just like, we're gonna make a whole race of fish.
Yeah.
That we're gonna have the Yagwalians just go crazy and eat. So why not?
Yeah. But I would like for them to do like other like steeds too, kind of like you got that D12 or D20 like wolf and boar, like those are cool. I missed out on those, but maybe eventually.
They pop up.
I think more critters.
At good prices.
Fun.
Yeah, I might eventually pick one up, but and those bird people, like you just scrolled past one. Oh man. Like,
I wish they would re-release those, or I wish they could re-release those or redo them. But yeah,
you never know what we'll see in the future.
Right, but they'd have to retool them. Unfortunately, it's not like an all-star situation where they could just pull out the old tools because they lost those.
No, I agree. They gotta
so
retool.
Fun.
Look at that.
A lot of them look really, really good.
But like this Aetheron, like I would love this in a big D20 or or troll size, like a giant eagle and a giant lion and a giant,
giant skeleton, as Speaking Moistly throws in.
Skeletal troll? I'd be down for it. You can put people like in his rib cage and stuff. It'd be cool.
That's awesome. That was my wish for what they might announce.
Like, and when I say sick, I mean like in the best, most awesome way ever. Like, I'm sold on that idea. I'm just picturing giant trolls with, goblins, dwarves, and stuff hanging out in their rib cage. Like, I could literally put a skeletal arm hanging off of the rib cage as just a portion of the arm hanging there.
This guy looks really cool too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the fact that they go on.
I was just gonna say again, one of those things where it's like I keep telling myself I got plenty of ogre scale now, I'm cool, and then they keep making things like this and Ukjak and that Borracho or whatever his name, the new guy's name is. I'm just like, man, that is so cool right there.
Dragons do like traditional dragons, like different styles of traditional dragons would be amazing.
Yep.
Problem with the dragons is the scale. Like how massive.
It's a fun problem, though.
It really is. But I don't know. Maybe if I mounted like heavy wires to the roof, I could suspend a Mythic Legion scaled. I don't know. I still wanted to see like a HasLab project for a Fing Fang Foom that we may never get. Hold that ugly troll face. God, it's beautiful in the most ugly way.
I just love these because this is Rankin Bass goodness right here. This is
right. Total Rankin
it.
Bass Hobbit goblins.
Where there's a whip.
Curtis is saying he hopes this is the last year for All Stars. I can see that because remaking those, like the figures that got released now, like a redo of them, I think would have been better. But there's definitely going to be figures that like I missed that I'm like, I kind of wish they'd re-release that.
What I would love for them to do is to have us, instead of All Stars as it's been, it's more like which ones should get a new version, version 2. That would be fun.
Crossbow and catapults with Legion's figures.
Oh,
okay,
man.
Yeah,
okay,
cool.
so now I'm thinking, like, what if it's not even just a matter of
just don't scratch my figures?
What if it gear packs, like, or accessory?
I think he was talking about like the artillery.
That's what I mean. Like, thinking in the line of G.I. Joe Classified, how they do pets, and we've seen pets with this. Well, pets also kind of lean towards other smaller mortar type stuff. So yeah, what about a ballista or a catapult?
Oh, I see.
Or,
but are you at all familiar with that game? I'm assuming it was the game, Crossbows and Catapults. Are you guys familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with
game.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming JG, that's what you're talking about, because and that's why I said just don't scratch my figures, because Crossbows and Catapults was a game where it was like a blue versus red, you're one side the other, and it was a physical game where you're launching little discs and trying to blow up targets. They're like little plastic crossbows and little plastic catapults, and there would be like little action explosions, if I remember correctly. So when they said that, playing with my Legions figures, like you were saying, Thanos, to play Risk,
that'd be fun. Like, that'd be super fun.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm
talking about the old game.
Remember this game now.
Crossbolts and was that the British version, Curtis? I know it is crossbows, but I could maybe that's just.
I'm seeing it now, and I definitely remember seeing boxes for this in store and being like, "Oh, that looks so cool."
Yeah, that's one of those. That and Exo Squad. Someone brought up Exo Squad. Were like those are toys that I never got to actually play with, but I stared at catalogs and ads, and
you just wanted to buy it all, but you wanted it to scale with like your Masters of the Universe. So
no, that wasn't an option. But yes,
no, I wanted it to.
Yes, the game had destructible castles and flags. Yep, that was some good stuff.
Wild West Legions could work. Cowboys, natives, outlaws, zombie cowboys,
get a new crowd, for sure.
Marauders, etc. Excited for things that don't exist. Hey, that's part of the fun, the speculation of the future.
That would be really cool.
Like, I got sold on zombie cowboys, just saying.
Yeah, and then you take your cowboy line, you take your cosmic legions, you take your mythic legion, mix them all up, and you can like truly
Cowboys
do
versus alien zombies,
or Masters of the Universe, like Rio Blast and like.
Oh God, yeah, that's what we need to get a Rio Blast figure in this.
I want some of those female vampire figures.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Amazing.
She sold me a load on the last wave. Like,
yeah, she's what sold me on Necronomicon. It was just Trevor's pictures of her, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yep, it's amazing.
Again, you guys know me and critters, and then like they're like, "Oh, you like critters? You like undead? How about an undead Beastmaster?" And I said,
"Your number, Oz."
They did. They totally heard that I was buying a Headless Horseman, and they were like, "Oh, we got something for him." And I still blame Sean for all of this amazingness, but not in a terrible way. Like, that right there is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And again, this is a twin. God, I lost his name already. Bidooth, Bardock. No, that's.
Oh no, the yeah.
I've actually got the screen pulled up here on my freaking computer. I could just easily go look at this stuff as I'm pulling it up, trying to remember a name.
Legion's names are not easy either. Come on, it's a
It's
whole other thing
way.
from
totally
like
pronounced this way.
Extendar.
It's true.
He-Man. Yeah. Okay.
I will never say that Masters of the Universe was extremely creative in their naming.
Well, they were going to call Merman Seaman for a while, so.
Their title character is He-Man.
Got to double down on the manliness.
Right? Got to pump
Triple
extra
down
testosterone in this.
Look at that thing, man. So good. Yeah, I love this
really
line. This line definitely for me, like sculpt. If you're looking for like these kind of highly detailed sculpt, this is where it's at. Anyway. Look at that noseless face. Love it.
That's the one I'm going to put on display.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of reuse, but kind of don't realize it because of the way that they are able to like paint. The level of paint that's on these things can really transform a sculpt and just make it look completely different.
Yeah. Slight paint apps is all they need, and it's a whole different thing.
Because I want to say the face on Belualith is the same face as the alien from Cosmic Legions that we were looking at. Maybe I might be wrong.
If not, it's definitely close.
You just think all blue people look alike. Right?
Yeah. Racist.
Not Anchor Lady.
Yeah, like Thrawn, Belualith, I don't know. You know.
I always like Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah. This picture is basically this whole video. I was like, damn. So good.
You know, we used to get 30-minute toy commercials with a story and everything else.
Yes.
And they will say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Trevor's pictures probably sell me on this harder than a 30-minute cartoon. I mean, a 30-minute stop motion with Mythic Legions would sell me anything, but...
Man, that'll take a
And a bit of the art of Nate Bart's there, as we see on the packaging.
Yeah.
And so forth.
I'm with you. I mean, there is something to be said about not having someone sort of like give us a full 30-minute fleshed out thing, because for whatever reason, like you look at that photo, you know, Thanos, and you're like, for whatever reason, your brain, it's firing off some amazing thing that you're like, that's awesome. And it does the same for me, but maybe a completely different story. Because I will say, like, when I loved Masters of the Universe when it came out as a toy, but then I saw the cartoon Filmation and it wasn't my favorite thing. I still watched it and watched all of it and enjoyed it, but I was so enamored by the toy itself and whatever stuff was going on in my head and the mini comics that. So there's something to be said about having just a little bit of stuff to tease you and just let each person kind of like geek out in their own way and enjoy it in their own way.
Yep.
Yeah. The mini comics for me were like what my actual canon was, because like my mom read those to me and like recorded them on tape, and I like listened to them and flipped through them all the time as a child.
Awesome.
And the cartoon, like, it built the world out, like just the amazing background. Like my favorite part of Filmation is the background. The music's great too, but the background animation is just like my mind exploded on what this world could be. Because in the comics, like they're pretty bland locales. But this is an amazing picture too.
All the photos for this one were really took me, just pulled me right in. I love it because it's a ground up, you know, like a worm's eye view.
Right.
Of this, it's so cool. Like it gives it that sort of like religious vibe, like, oh, you know.
Yeah.
But it's a skeleton,
but deeply twisted.
You are looking up at an angel of death. You know. And I mean, I'm just going through here and reading like over some of the bios again and everything like that. I think we definitely should have realized with Terpiculi. I mean, it was very heavily hinted at. We briefly talked about it, that, you know, these long forgotten terrors of the first age come in a variety of forms, and all are horrible. And so, like, you've got that as the description. And, you know, again, the heads pack and everything else that came, that's coming. Jeremy said from the start, you're going to want to buy several of those guys. And now we fully realize why.
I just picked this dude up.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Showing him off. So
You opened them up already?
Yeah, I took some pictures. They're on the Discord actually.
Oh, okay. Cool figure, right?
Yeah,
he's one of my
really
favorites.
cool.
I love it, and I love it when Legions kind of, and they're doing it more like flirts with color, bright colors. They do it a lot with the tributes.
Yeah.
But I don't know, between this and that's why I'm especially excited for Poxus. Like, there's
this character
really cool
actually
colors.
looks like so much better in hand than the pictures. Like, it was actually kind of amazing. Like, these pictures are nice, clear pictures, but something about the color, because like the shading of it.
Yes, you lose a lot of the shadow when you use a flash there.
Yeah, because this is like a bright kind of more like blue. I don't know what that blue would be called.
Yeah, he is very, very dark.
He's darker, yeah. And it feels rich. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got like a gradient to it. He's fantastic. I really like him.
Yeah, he's cool.
And a big fan of his saw-like knife.
I have a spider gremlin, NECA spider gremlin.
I know. I
was saving it. I was thinking about it. I don't know how it works with these smaller hips, but I don't know. I'm curious.
It could definitely work, and I still kind of want to do something like that myself. I haven't ruled it out yet.
It'll take some work, but that's gorgeous. All of these things, again, and we missed it, but when I was asking what would it take to bring someone in, Curtis said, yeah, just give him a figure. That's all it takes. It's true.
Yeah,
that is true. But I do also have a lot of toy collector friends who are very much about, I don't have any connection to that. It's the same with AWOC. There you go, Allison. It's the same with AWOC, where they're like, oh yeah, they look really good, they're great, they move really well, but they're like, but I have no connection to it. So I get it.
My some of my friends come over to my house, like when I got the Ilithia and her horse, and Arethyr and his horse, and they're like on their shelf, like they were like, what the hell is it? Like, they don't even care about the other toys. They're like, what are these guys? So like they grab your attention.
Are they toy people?
A couple of them used to collect toys, like way back in the day, but never really got back into it. And then, I mean, all my friends are nerds, like video game guys or comic book guys, stuff like that. But they hadn't seen any of the Mythic Legion stuff until I got those in. We do need more females.
Damn it. Pretty much in all our toys, but yes, no, definitely. And unfortunately, a lot of folks don't like the actual, what they call the 2.0 buck. They're not very popular. So like in All-Stars, they just, I know there are a lot of people who are just really not into them. They have all, there's a lot of reasons people are concerned about the ankles not being strong enough. Like, there's all sorts of different reasons why folks are frustrated by those bodies, but I agree. We need them.
Can arms on the back take the extension parts so that they can reach to the front? I don't know what extension parts.
There's no. So they're connected at what you effectively is the elbow, and you can't like.
You could heat that up and pop that off.
Oh no, you can pop it out. I don't believe they're compatible.
Right. Okay. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, they're not. So like, these are different pegs. So you can't just keep adding forearms to make a longer I'm trying to remember. No, hands and forearms are not
right.
They're not the same.
Smaller size. Because it's a system.
I mean, if it were if it
were
like a Micronaut style system, that all the plugs would be the same. But yes, generally.
The wrist bone is connected to the wristwatch. It's Dr. Nick reference.
So cool.
Yeah. I never get tired of talking about Mythic Legions because this is a toy line that came out of nowhere and really, really won me over with very little.
I
Blue
wish I had a Juno.
Striker asking for StreamYard link. You'd have to shoot me a message on one of my social medias, Blue Striker.
Look, you're learning us.
You just put that in chat.
Well, yeah, let me go ahead and just drop that there.
Open mic.
Not tonight, guys. It wasn't necessarily an open mic. I mean, I'm willing to let anybody come on and talk Mythic Legions if they want. That's absolutely fine. I totally am all about that, but this was not just a random open mic night.
And we've
You
had
got this
experiences.
guy, right, Brick? The Trap Jaw. You got him recently?
Yes.
I did.
How do you like him?
He's still not opened.
Oh, okay.
Come on now. Let's open him. Well, actually, I don't know. I was thinking, I wasn't totally sure. I guess I am keeping him. I don't know. But yeah, maybe not tonight.
It's up to you. I mean, I was just wondering if how he turned out, how you actually liked him.
I've seen him out of box, and he's great because it's a cool headpiece on a barbarian body, and it's like you don't get the barbarian body. Well, that's not true. We get it in gray, white, but that's definitely a unique color to this figure.
Yeah.
So, figuratively speaking, says we need a China female buck, and I'm assuming you mean the China from the Masters of the WWE universe, John? That particular buck, we need more of that in Origins.
Collector friendly packaging, Thanos. He's getting opened.
Gotta love it. Other companies afraid to do it. Four Horsemen are just like all of them.
The collector friendly packaging?
Yeah. All their figures. You just slide the card out. Good to go. You pop it right back
on
in.
the shelf like that, though, there'd be a ton of theft.
Oh, of course. But that's the plus side of this not being on a shelf.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying with the other ones.
Yeah.
You know what? The orcs in Mythic Legion don't really do it for me either. I don't know what it is. I like my Bryophytus with the orc head. But the orcs themselves, I don't know. There's something about them just not really doing it for me. And I was a big.
That's the only tribute I've been able to get so far.
Maybe that's what it is. Used to the big extra. I don't know. There's something about them.
I'm the same way. They're not my favorite. I have an ogre scale one, but that's it. And yeah, no, I don't have another one at all, except for, this guy. Who
I
is
actually think he looks good with his orc head too, though. I've seen him, but he's a kind of his own unique kind of.
Yeah.
I got that one too. These were from Mythic Meetup. The Chrono and that guy were from Mythic Meetup. I love that one with the little wings. So unique, man. It's like a little flying monkey type. And the head.
I've never even seen this guy.
The head is similar to that troll head. In terms of that big old horn thing.
Oh yes, the horns there.
I'm not, I appreciate the lore and the story that comes with Legions, but I'm not. I don't know if this would have been different if I were younger, but I'm not really into it for that. So I generally am kind of like you. I gravitate to the ones that I think look cool or for whatever reason speak to me.
Yeah.
And that one is one of those where it's I know nothing about the character, but it looks rad. So
right.
Yeah. I like this guy a lot. This is amazing.
That was my favorite.
I always want 23. So
What was that, Thanos?
I always wanted a centaur toy, so like this guy was like,
Right.
Wish achieved, basically.
That was my favorite of 2022.
Hands down, one of the best figures I've ever seen. Just because the engineering. They were like, we're going to make sure that we can make an adapter to put a human torso on top of one of our horse bodies. And it looks gorgeous. And now I need one of those adapters to make undead horse centaurs.
Oh, yeah.
Xylona is one of the factions I don't have a lot of, but I really like.
Yeah. I agree. Like,
But
when it
the
comes
good thing
to...
about the adapter pieces, you can hide it with all these armor or hide pieces that go over the top.
Knights bigger than centaurs.
Right? That's the word on the street. Knights are greater than centaurs.
Objectively, it's true. More plastic, more legs.
He's rather heavy.
Knights exist, centaurs don't. It all depends on what you're looking for. Oh man.
That one was a big deal also because it was the first sort of brute scale upper torso, right?
Yes.
The Apharius, is that his name? Apharius?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But for some reason, again, I told you I was watching a movie and then didn't actually see the info about the new figures, the All-Star Wave figures being announced. And then there were some comments making what I assume were now sarcastic comments about like, oh, hey, look at all the awesome brute scale stuff. So maybe I was excited for that and was trying to look for it. And I was like, wait, there's nothing here. Realized they were being sarcastic. But is there anything yet that we know of that has been announced that is going to be brute scale? Like using the brute scale parts? Is it all cosmic? Is there anything in cosmic maybe? Maybe Curtis? I don't know. I've wondered about that.
Brute scale, that's the same size as not quite the ogre scale, like right beneath that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a new sort of like middle scale.
Right, yeah, between the normal human and the ogre.
Mm-hmm.
Which I like. Because again, I think that's great.
Yeah, and so I've wondered because they're just like a little bit bigger. I think there might be somebody in Poxus. I don't know, but centaurs don't exist. Scott wants to know.
I mean, if you take enough LSD, anything exists.
I mean, there's a documentary about mermaids right now on Netflix that I just realized that they're.
History Channel had a great documentary on mermaids too, and if it's on the History Channel, it's got to be real.
Didn't History Channel also do Ancient Aliens?
And the documentary on the Megalodon. Aha, he has arrived.
They're still doing it? Okay.
Joining us now, highly articulated Adam.
Hey, what's up, Adam?
What did I miss?
Good evening there.
Everything.
Hello.
So much of everything. But
Actually, I don't think we got through the entire wave yet. So
no, we didn't go one by one through the entire wave. We were just kind of like continuously talking, and somehow we keep ending up back on Cosmic Legions.
was it for brute scale?
Did you guys talk about racism yet?
Yes, we went over
good.
the horse.
Because I don't want to do that one again.
How dare they have a racist horse?
I didn't know about it till I jumped on.
Oh,
And they educated me, and I was like, oh, right on.
It's okay.
And
like I said,
I made the comment that, we've got sorcerers and grand wizards. Why not?
Oh, man, I wish I'd had something that clever to say.
Right? I just think it's been a really, again, their quick and speedy response to, hey, we didn't realize some people might take it this way. And
I didn't think about it until you were like, there's some controversy. And I looked and it's like, oh, I see what they changed. Now I get it. Like,
yep.
Wait, so is this a problem? No, I'm just kidding.
If you paint it white, then yes.
Right? It's good now, but you put a little bit of white on that. No.
I think by and large what it is, it's just a good business decision. Like whether you agree with what they did or not, whether you think, they're pandering to somebody or whether it's whatever, it's a good business decision because they basically had two options. Leave it as
to
is.
Change it, right?
Leave it as is and say we have every right to do it because it's not what you think it is.
Mhm.
Or just change it and apologize to the people that wanted that version.
I actually think it looks better, but
I think it looks better too. The armor I think fits Mythos more than just the soft goods did.
Yeah.
I like, and we were talking on the video that I just finished with Trevor, 1/6 shooter, and a couple other Knights of the North. We were talking about, and basically it's like the Templars are Templar in name. They are not meant to be historically accurate. They never
Right.
were. And I understand the people that are sort of like, if they, they changed it and put the Order of Aetheron symbol on here instead, but they were always in the Order of Aetheron, so it's not really, you haven't changed the mythology behind them. You haven't changed the lore. You just put a different sigil, and
Right.
and on top of that, a Nate Barch sigil over a couple stripes of paint is a no-brainer to me. Like I'll take a Nate Barch sigil over anything. Like I love them. I love it, the work that he's done. So, and that one especially, I think is really, really great. So
I didn't come in when, so I don't know if you all addressed what Adam just said, but was there, I'm assuming now, Adam, from what you're saying, that there were people who are like upset that they caved or something, or that they made the change, or you're just saying that you
I've seen some mentioning of it. Yeah.
There's
where they're
sort
like,
of
I'm canceled now.
There's two, I think, very, very, very small minorities of people. There's the sort of Templar purists that just absolutely love Templars. And so they really wanted a Templar horse with Templar logos, and so they don't like that they changed the logos basically.
I see.
And then there's the other very small minority that thinks that this is the Four Horsemen being woke, which is, forgive me, laughable to me. I understand where they are coming from, but that's absurd. The Four Horsemen is a profitable business. They're not going to make a decision that potentially alienates people and that could potentially blow up into like a big, huge debacle.
I honestly can't even imagine it being a big deal. I mean, I guess people are mad, but okay.
But how great is that ogre?
Tell me about it. Like, hands down, favorite piece from the whole wave.
Yeah.
And
that's one of my favorites. My favorite, I don't know, man. Like I go back and forth. There's I was convinced I wasn't going to get Sir Enoch, and then we were talking about it in the video, and we were talking about all the soft goods and the extra head and all the extra hands, and like all the stuff that he comes with, and I was like, for $37, like.
Go down to Sir Enoch real quick, because we've already looked at the ogre a couple times. We haven't really brought him up yet.
Yeah, we're just like, there's a Templar.
But this is a perfect time to go into the amount of amazingness that they put into a simple Templar.
There's nothing simple about this.
No. Again, fully wired soft goods, highly detailed and impressive chainmail, again, all like from head to toe pretty much almost. The sculpting on the shield, again. Sculpted shields are definitely like one of the highlights of the most recent waves.
So that shield, like the St. George's Cross, basically, as an Anglophile, I feel almost compelled to buy this figure for that shield. Because that's, I love that. and I don't like Templars, but that shield in that shape specifically, because they did that shield with Elijah, but it was a different shape. So it was the same kind of 3D sculpted one, but this shape I very much prefer over that other shape. If you know the shape that I'm talking about, it's Sir Andrew has the shield that's the other shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Which again, it's like,
And Sir Andrew is a stunning figure as well.
Can you
Sir
go back
Andrew-
one, Eldor? You've chosen
course.
wisely.
That's
So
what Trevor kept saying as well.
yeah, dude.
We've all been there repeatedly since this figure has been shown.
You can't get
and
away from
He
it.
No,
chose
you can't.
unwisely.
So okay, got it. There's the cape, then there's the tunic that's soft goods. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to keep track of all the different pieces. It's amazing. I'm not
It-
getting this
it-
one,
It kind of
Adam,
looks like a
but I
Sean
want
Connery
it really
there, a
badly.
little.
But is that a faceplate, a removable faceplate, or no?
Yes.
Probably not.
Yes,
It is.
Yeah.
because the head is the same as Sir. Shoot, his name from, of course, the actual
Oh, from the Necronominus wave.
Necronominus wave. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
It's-
cool.
All they
But
do
you
is
get there's an alternate head, the helmeted head as well, and those wings, those red wings look so good.
Those wings for the helmet.
Yeah.
yeah.
If
Oh,
you go to the
cool.
next picture, like Trevor's posed picture, it has him like with the helmet under his arm.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
And with the red wings on there, looking
Yeah.
gorgeous.
those are great.
Yeah, I'm not a knight guy, and I'm especially not a Templar guy. And I'm looking at this, like I said yesterday, I was like, nah, I'm not getting that one. And today I'm like, I could see myself getting one of those.
Right.
You know what he needs is a hood. Oh wait, sorry.
Look at Brick trying to stir the pot a little bit more here. He's like, wait a minute, I missed it on this earlier. Let's bring up some more crap.
Speaking moistly says Thrasis is my favorite. I think gun to my head, Thrasis is probably my favorite too, and I don't like skeletons.
The skeletons that they threw at us were so good because they're not just your standard skeleton. I mean, one can essentially be your standard skeleton, the Raider.
Mhm.
Totally get it. But they packed it in with enough other goodies to make it seem more important than your just standard skeleton.
Mhm.
Then they're like, well, if you like regular size skeletons, here's a midget skeleton. And
Yes,
gave
yeah,
us
yeah.
a dwarf skeleton, which is fantastic. Again, like, freaking phenomenal job. So giving us more than just skeletons, because Adam, you and I had spoke before about you're not into just skeletons. Aaron, who was on earlier, he's not into skeletons. Let's face it, I enjoy skeletons, but they can be kind of very lather, rinse, repeat. And right now, skeletons are like everywhere.
In terms of toys.
Yeah, they are
figures.
all over the place.
Totally. Totes.
So the Four Horsemen again have found a way to uniquely present us skeletons in a way we have not had them just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, agreed.
Speaking of, isn't there that? Yeah, the other figure from Necronominus that's a knight has a skeleton faceplate that'll work for this guy too.
Yep.
Well, if I can change his face to a skeleton, then maybe it's cool, Curtis. I don't know.
So John, figuratively speaking, says it's Sean Connery, and a lot of
This
people.
is what I mentioned before. He looks like old Sean there.
Sean from the end of he's King Richard, right? At the end of
Indiana Jones there. He chose wisely.
And Indiana Jones, sure.
Well, it wasn't Sean Connery that played the Templar in Indiana
No.
Jones. He played Indiana Jones' dad.
It was one of the
Yeah.
brothers.
He didn't say the line, "You chose wisely." That was the Templar that said it.
That was the Templar in the cave. Yeah.
Nerds.
He,
No. Just linking Sean to the same movie there.
He definitely had a similar look to, again, his role as King Richard at the end of Prince of Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
I spent 30 years on Mythos.
It's a great looking figure. Absolutely. No, if I had my unlimited resources, I would absolutely grab this one. I don't have any Templars. And again, just to kind of speak to what we were saying earlier, that like the newer stuff just keeps getting better. We've seen Templars in this line.
Yeah.
And this I think it's still objectively true that the newer versions just keep getting better and better.
Hey,
I'll have a martini, shaken but not stirred.
We were talking about it in our video too, because we just basically went through the wave, and we started with the first reveal, which was Clavian, from the winners vote, right, all the way through to Thrasis. And then we kind of came back around, and we were like, who needs these figures anymore? You know, like you look at Clavian for $37, which is a great value if you need and want Clavian compared to the market price.
Right.
But when you compare this to Enoch for $37,
yeah,
it's not even the same. Like,
yeah,
this is a Marvel Legends figure compared to that one. You know what I
and
mean?
even
I mean, a really good one, a really good Marvel Legends figure. But I'm saying when you're comparing Clavian to a Marvel Legends, it feels a little bit like apples to apples, even though it's not. But then when you compare like a Marvel Legends figure for like $30 to Enoch for $37, forget it. Like it's unfair at that point. It's not even a fair. It's not a fair fight.
I was bringing that up earlier myself too. All of these non-deluxe $37 figures that were announced for the actual wave.
Yeah, bonkers.
Phenomenal. I mean, naturally, it's a red skeleton. I want them. I need them for my congregation of Necronominas.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the fact that my congregation of Necronominas is not a whole bunch of red skeletons. I got my scaphoid right over here chilling with me. He's not my green skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not just a whole bunch of multicolored skeletons.
This figure does nothing for me. Like, maybe it's because I'm like waiting the line. It just,
if you're not into it, it shouldn't, and that's okay. It doesn't have to.
I will tell you this: Clavian is tied for my second least favorite figure in Mythic Legions.
Who's your other one?
Tied for the second to last?
Yeah.
Tied for second to last is the gold skeleton.
And I can go with you there because honestly, it's
my least favorite. If you want to know, are you guys on the Cabal? Oh, I guess if you're not on the Cabal.
Yeah, I'm on the Cabal.
I'm going to be on Legion's lair on Tuesday, so I'll be listing my top. What are they? Top 3 least favorite? Top 5 favorite?
Mm-hmm.
So. They're not gonna like my answers. I told them that when they invited me on. I was like, "You're not gonna get the answers you want."
I'll support you because we have. This
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
We have bonds over critters, and honestly, you made me rethink my entire vote for this wave. I was like, you know what? He's right. Let's go for Tails. There's gonna be enough people voting for all this other stuff. I'm going to go for Tails.
Balam's never going to win, but that's cool. I'll vote for him anyway because I love that figure.
Yeah.
To follow up, though, on what Thanos was saying, so Clavian does nothing for you. And then I have a question if you scroll down. What about that, Thanos, the Skeleton Raider?
The Skeleton Raider, I think he's pretty cool. I think it's more that you're seeing his body as opposed to like the fairly generic armor. But even then, I'm probably not going to get this guy. Like, I think he looks cool, but I'm definitely going to get the, what is that guy's name? I keep forgetting it. Barodoc and Thrasis. Those two I'm definitely getting.
Yeah, me too.
And then maybe the Dwarf Skeleton. And that'll be it for this wave. For me.
The Raider would be good for those that like the Conan figures. And
yeah, I was going to say, like... The Raider is like the quintessential, Harry Houston or Frazetta or whatever, Conan, quintessential kind of fodder type skeleton, right? Like the simple stripped down, You get all the bones there, apart from the pelvic bone is just a standard 1.0 pelvic piece. But whatever, I guess that's.
But I mean, part of it for me too is like Oz was saying, these are basically the like a more detailed version of the ones that are coming out in Masters of the Universe. And like, if I want fodder skeletons in the background of a shot,
Sure,
like those guys, I can throw a black light on them, make them glow, and I have like storm collectible skeletons, other mythic skeletons. Like I have a lot of skeleton fodder already, actually.
Yeah.
And the dwarf one, like honestly, I just really like the smaller bucks on Mythic Legion. After I got the Varg, I was like really impressed with it. So
yeah, the dwarves are fun, man. Like not everybody is into the dwarf figures. The Four Horsemen always talk about how like, you know, those figures don't typically sell very well, but they're like the fans, the dwarf fans are like very loyal, you know. The fact that they were able to like there is a Facebook group that is just dedicated to Mythic Legion's dwarves, and they banded together and voted for the dwarf that they wanted to see in the All-Star vote, and they made it happen. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yes, I voted one of the dwarfs there.
I wanted Bromden, the dwarf king, but didn't get him. So
yeah, lots of good parts with that figure too. So
right,
a little bit surprised that they went with Bothar over Bromden, but I mean, it is what it is. They wanted a named dwarf and they got one. So
I gotta say, I really enjoy the dwarf skeleton because again, parts mostly too. The left and right shoulder pauldrons with skulls.
yeah, his shoulders.
Dude, I love that.
We're doing a lot of work for me wanting that figure.
The head parts, again, another fantastic choice. Being able to use it with more than just him. And I don't know, it's rather frightening thinking about a bunch of undead dwarves running around. Giant axes. And you guys know what I'm talking about. It might not be the most politically correct statement or whatever, but those short, stubby legs running at full speed, undead with a giant axe to kill you.
I just got
I'm sorry. That is hilarious to think about.
And we were talking about this a little bit too. Like, if you don't have any dwarves in your collection now, you could get a couple of those dwarf skeletons and a couple of these, and just swap some parts, and you'd have a whole little
dwarf army.
You'd have a whole little gang, little in more ways than one. But
the way you said that, I picture them riding tricycles with bells, like a whole little gang, just running around.
Or you can grab your hands on the bronze dwarf legion builders there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's still readily available. I mean, and there was the one in the deluxe Legion Builder wave as well.
Yeah,
which is still, I mean, that's still available a lot of places too. But and Curtis is saying, you know, the All Stars is kind of like an outdated thing, and Star was mentioning, you know, when they're also doing, you know, new figures. I don't know. I mean, we chatted about that too. Like, you know, how many more of these can they do before they've kind of, you know, they've re-released all the figures up to the point where there was kind of a very big increase in you know, Mythic Legion's fans and collectors. At a certain point, you kind of get to the waves that were produced in much bigger numbers.
Yeah.
So the demand is already kind of being met in the aftermarket because people started buying, you know, multiples for trade bait or for sort of speculative purposes. So, you know, they had figures from the Aether wave in the All Stars vote, and there was a lot of people that didn't really like that, and I understand why.
They just came out, yeah, I get it.
I mean, I think it's. I mean, in hindsight, you kind of go, see, there was nothing to worry about. There, you know, you got your old figures. But I think if you're new to the line, if you only started collecting in the last year or even 2, maybe you missed out on those figures, and that's a good opportunity to at least feel like you could get them. They didn't win, right? Magnus didn't win. We didn't get Magnus re-released. We got the ones that probably are going to be in highest demand as far as people that buy All-Stars figures. But I think if you're a new collector and you're not a completist, you're looking at this wave, and the ones that are probably the easiest to pass on are the All-Star winners.
I've got 2 that I want.
It's true for me.
Just because I want Gorthok and I want Clevy. And I want Gorthok because, again, want the whole shadow thing. Love it. I really like it. I want Clavian because, again, I'm into these skeletons. I want to build out my congregation of Necronominus. That's absolutely fine. And then I'm going to pack them all up, and I'm going to go have a war with Curtis's Templars. And it's going to be amazing. And we're going to film it, and everybody gets to watch. I just put that on us right now, Curtis. We'll have to figure out a way to make it happen. Maybe it'll be Legion's Con. I don't know. But, again, there's 2 that I do want. Didn't have either one of these figures before because I'm new. So this is great for me. But I totally get where, again, it's not worth it to keep redoing when they're coming out with so much new good stuff that there's no need to repeat the past. Just get newer and better stuff.
Yeah, a newer version of this guy, I think, would have been better. Like we were saying earlier, like vote to like who gets the revamp, I think would be the way to go. And then like they did like the horse where it's like, oh, you get this cool new horse, but if you want the old horse, all the stuff's there. Like,
well, that's an interesting point about what's the horse's name in this wave? Deacon?
Yeah, Deacon.
Yes, that's right.
Deacon is Balius at Halloween. I mean, it's Balius with more stuff.
Right.
So in this All-Star wave, we got an All-Star horse. We got Balius in disguise. So all the controversy about it aside, there's a lot of people that missed Balius that are probably going to be happy to get it.
Yeah. I kind of want a couple. Like,
I have a couple Balius. They're awesome.
It's a great horse just to have horse for your figures. Like,
right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I want. Like, I want more than one of this particular style and look of a horse, not necessarily all the soft goods, but for various reasons.
It's like Deacon is the same price as Balius. So the first horse that we got is now kind of weak in comparison to like the last 2 horses that we got in terms of value for money, because Bishop came before Deacon, and they both come with the soft goods and the armor, and like they're just so awesome, and all that stuff's interchangeable. So like I got 2 bishops, and I'm gonna swap. I don't know which horse I'm gonna swap in. I'm thinking probably a Balius, and then have a white horse as well with sort of without all the soft goods and armor and stuff. So yeah, the mounts are great, and I'm pretty confident that we're not going to get Mythic Legion's vehicles. So this is the closest thing to that, and I think for the price, they add a pretty cool.
What about Cosmic Legion vehicles?
I don't know.
Little air speeders or something like that, little space skiffs, whatever.
Never say never, I guess.
There's time to contemplate over that, and I'm sure that they are working on something. But, I really, really do dig the horses that they're going here. And I agree, though, like all the extra soft goods and stuff like that. I mean, this is a horse you could take into battle. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, where we have the Preakness, and I could see this guy immediately riding around Preakness right now, too.
Isn't it Baltimore that has there's a stable, in town somewhere?
Yeah, Pimlico.
Baltimore?
We've got Pimlico Racetrack, which is where they hold one of the 3 big horse races.
No. I'm talking like urban horses. Like isn't that Baltimore? You don't know what I'm talking about? Maybe it's not Baltimore.
I mean, we have mounted horse police on occasion.
No. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. But
well, again, in downtown Baltimore, we do have the Pimlico Racetrack, and they do have some stables there. It's older and worn down now, and a matter of fact, the family that owns it is slowly, since they own the other big part down in Laurel, trying to move everything to that because they keep pumping all their money into the new stuff. But because that is historic, like it's been fended off for quite a while. But then we've also got the wild ponies of like Assateague Island, not too far from here, and everything. Yeah, Baltimore tends to be Maryland in general is a big horse state. I mean, our state sport is jousting, so I'll just put that out there.
Jousting there.
Like that's a thing. Our state sport
Really?
is jousting.
Flying ostriches?
I wish that would make it 10 times cooler. I mean, currently I'm pretty high ranking in wheelchair jousting, just saying.
What about your scooter jousting there?
Never
Segway
mind. It's
jousting.
Philadelphia.
Is it Philadelphia? Is that what you were thinking? Okay.
Yeah. Fletcher Street Urban Riding Club.
Gotcha.
I just looked at the original. I looked at the video, the live reveal video, to kind of remind myself what the original looked like. Because again, I barely watched it, and I see people's concerns.
Right?
Yeah.
It's totally grounded with some. There is definitely merit to what they said.
I didn't think about it until I saw the changed one. I was like, oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
Have they said at all what they're thinking paint scheme wise for the head sort of armor?
No.
Nah, they just kind of slapped that on there.
I mean, this is literally something that happened today.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wonder if they might do it a gold or silver, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it'll match like the Templar Knights. So I suspect it'll be kind of like a silver with a gold trim kind of thing. That would be my guess. I don't know. I don't have any insight into that. Like I said, they happened to have this piece that they had been working on, so it was readily available and the quickest, and I think probably the best solution. So.
Ostrich mount for Mythic Legions now. That's where we need to go next. Or Cosmic Legions. Give us Space Birds. Let's go.
But what about a mower mount there? They're kind of like an ostrich, but a little bit larger there.
I'm just leaving more for
extinct,
you, Curtis.
Extinct animals over in my parts of the neck of the woods there.
Mythic Legion dragon mounts.
Where are you going to put them, though? I mean, people talk about the dragon. People want the Mythic Legion's dragon. How big is it going to be? Where are you going to put it?
I mean, heavy figure too. If the trolls or anything to go off,
just get less figures.
How would they ship it too? That was so. When Chris talks about the dragon, he thinks probably the hardest part would be the logistics of actually getting it to people.
Yeah, that's a lot of real estate.
I mean, they're going to charge you for shipping, so yeah.
I mean, it's all broken down, into its all its different pieces, and you.
I mean, I think that's the solution, right? The tail and the wings you'd have to attach yourself, and they could.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Hasbro sells Galacti and Sentinels, right?
We've seen that
it's not an impossibility.
I think that's a totally different.
Jurassic World dinosaurs. You have to assemble the tails.
Giganotosaurus is huge. If you've seen that thing at Target.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I don't like. I know that. I think that Mythic Legions collectors think that Mythic Legions is as big as Jurassic Park and the Marvel Legends, but
no, we're not talking about it selling at retail.
Well, no,
we're talking about they're saying direct to.
But I just mean in terms of logistics and stuff too. Like they have networks that allow for that type of product to get distributed.
Yeah.
Whereas
just meaning more of how they assemble together, the larger creatures, and what have you.
Well, let's put it this way: how many all-in boxes do you think they ship?
A lot.
How many? I mean, what are people's guesses?
But my point is, if you can ship multiple all-in boxes, which they do, right? They can ship a dragon.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying they could.
There was people on the reveal yesterday saying they were buying multiple all-ins.
I know that's what trips me out when people are like, "I'm getting 2 all-ins."
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
cool.
damn.
Like, if you can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, and Curtis makes a good point. Super 7 shipped Snake Mountain. I mean, it's not.
That's true.
That was beastly,
And
man. That thing is.
They'll be shipping Eternia soon too, about $50 odd dollars.
I was gonna say, Mattel's getting ready to start shipping Eternia real soon. I mean, I say real soon.
That's no small
Like
box, I'll
another
tell
year,
you.
Still almost.
What are you thinking? If they do a dragon, what are we thinking? Like 2, 3 trolls, size-wise?
Well,
maybe a little bit
bigger. Wise.
Maybe a little bit bigger. Wingspan wise, right? Like,
the wingspan. Oh,
with the wings being
head to tail, like it's gonna be a lot.
Man, that would be a collection centerpiece, though, right?
Well,
that'd be the equivalent of your Castle Grayskull.
Did anybody see that? Was it Dungeons and Dragons dragon there? How big was that fellow?
Not that big at all. He's
size of a horse.
Yeah,
a little bit bigger than a Mythic Legion's horse. Really, I was just looking at it today in store. Still $40, and I was just kind of like, oh, why is this so much?
Maybe they'll wait for other people to. But what's the beast of the Mesozoic company's name again? What's it called?
Creative Beast Studios.
Creative Beast Studios. Thank you. You've seen that dragon, right?
Oh, I've seen that dragon. We've talked about that dragon a lot.
I do talk about it a lot because holy crap, I need it.
It's God looking.
Yeah, and so it's going to be the same dilemma if they're. Hold on.
And they also just showed off like
3 feet long.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is 3 feet long. Here.
It's a lot of real estate.
Can I borrow the camera there, Eldor? Or whoever's got it. Can I borrow the screen and share something real quick?
Of course. I'll should be able to sort you out.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, this thing I drool over all the time, and
you and me both, brother.
I know. Come on, we're getting there. This is a newer dragon they're working on.
Right.
But sorry, believe me, it's worth the wait. There's also this. I mean, just saying, that thing's makes
this
armies
is where
of
we get
Ashmore figures look teeny.
Right. Yeah, this is where your trolls can find mounts.
Right. Here you go. Oh no, that's not it. Here you go. There's it. This is about 3 feet long.
Yep.
I'll take it. I'll make it work.
I want that to get released and for people to put figures on it and then sort of see how that kind of scales.
Well, Curtis is saying they said it would be like 3 feet long, and that thing's going to be 3 feet long. So they're scaling about the same. Next year is 4 Horsemen's anniversary and the year of the dragon. We are getting a dragon in 2024. I guarantee. Man, I'm here for it.
I mean, I put all those things together too, Curtis. I had the exact same thought.
Here. This is not nearly as big as that dragon, but you can make them work. You've seen this before, right, Adam? This King Grayskull on a
T-Rex
collection T-Rex. This is even bigger than that T-Rex. So
yeah, it's bigger than the colossal T-Rex. The colossal T-Rex.
I have that big. Well, my kids technically have that big colossal T-Rex up in the attic, and that's.
So I have 2 of them there, plus the colossal blue and the Brachiosaurus.
And that was one where I tried to put one of these figures on. It was just ridiculously huge. In Mythos, where are the mentions of dragons, and do they talk about mounting dragons, or like what's the relationship between the people living in Mythos and dragons? Have they ever?
No idea.
I was gonna say I don't know if they've gotten that much into the lore.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they're still working on the story there.
Curtis was mentioning, because he's had his eye on this too, that thing on screen is 3 feet long, with 2 feet of it being tail.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can see the paint tubes in the back there for scale, indeed.
Man.
Oh.
And I appreciate this one because it's a mix of things, right? It's a dragon that it's not the typical dragon, I guess. Not that I'd be averse to a typical dragon, but this one I really like because it's got like bird-like qualities and
yeah.
And yeah, as David points out, like I was just looking at one earlier, like right.
Nate's got him right there.
Big old. So it's those kinds of, This one almost reminds me of. Oh wait, no. What am I saying? That's not. Is that a dragon? No, that's a demon, isn't it?
That looks more like a demon.
Yeah.
Which one? Sorry,
in the troll box.
That one is I think that one's a demon,
Yeah,
but
it's
in
a
the
demon.
standard card.
Earlier I thought it was a dragon. I was like, oh no, wait, that's a demon.
In the standard card, you get the dragon. Yeah.
Well, that one's more dragon-esque there.
Next to the demon. So. But yeah, right there.
There you go. Yeah.
And it showed up in some of the Nate Barch art, which is canon. So.
Oh, okay.
His art is definitely enough to sell you on the line alone.
They get closer and closer to like saying they're gonna do a dragon. Like the jokes feel realer and realer. They're like. I think at this point they just like we were talking about, how many all-in boxes do they ship, right? Like, I think you have to get to a critical mass, collector-wise, before a dragon makes sense.
I would assume they've been thinking about it for years, though. Already.
Since Drago Man and Classics.
I suspect that it's been sculpted and that they have it, and they're just waiting for, the opportunity to do it. They're constantly releasing stuff, and they're like, yeah, we had this sculpted for 3 years before we had a use for it.
And we saw that horse armor there tonight that they just placed over top.
Exactly. So there's, it just needs to be the right time.
Well, we're certainly getting there, because this truly does just keep getting better and better. I've only been a part of this community and really gotten into Mythic Legions. I'd seen it before, but not like gotten into it up until this last 6-7 months now. And having just gotten into all of this, like, I'm sorry, I'm just still completely blown away every time I see stuff. The figures keep getting better, and I'm sorry, I'm distracted by pretty images because I'm in the Cabal right now trying to look up JG's figures, riding dragons, and I just keep looking at all the epicness that is within the Cabal right now with all of these, and it's not slowing down. It's only picking up the pace, getting better and better, which is scary because when other lines start picking up the pace, I definitely can't keep up with what I'd like to anymore, but gotta remind myself, I don't need it all. I just want it all.
Yeah.
This is where Adam says you don't need any of it.
No, I won't say that.
Toys are what is it? What's your line?
They're a need-based item. They're not, or
Yes.
they're a want-based item,
Want-based
not a
item.
need-based item.
Yeah.
Nobody needs toys, even though we use that word incorrectly.
It's true. And I got to agree with David here saying that people are far too concerned with shipping prices right now for anyone to be ready to ship a dragon. That's enough that I'm fine waiting quite a while for any dragon, because you're right.
They'll make it, but you have to pick it up.
There you go. That's how it's going to be. I mean, that's not too hard for somebody like myself. I don't live too far.
It's curbside pickup only.
From the plant in China. Like they're not even willing to get it overseas.
It's the 2024 Pulse Legion's Con exclusive. But you have to get it in person.
There you go.
And then
you need a lot of luck, indeed.
Yeah, that would be interesting to get home.
So, as this has been going on all night with Curtis, Elijah remembers when you used to talk about him like that.
Yeah.
Curtis has a place for him. Still his side piece. So,
any nudity tonight? Did I miss any nudity tonight?
No. We had one guy that tried. We did have one guy try to sneak in, and they were like,
I have an accessories pack I was going to open if we went to the after hours, but since we're not, I'm not going to open it.
Yeah, I was going to say
was it Ted Darkclaw?
No. He was more than one.
He got close. Ted got close, but he couldn't get the shirt over his head, is what it was. The neck was too tight. So.
But no, we had somebody who was out there in the chat randomly like, "Can I get the StreamYard link?" And it's like,
yes, sir.
Not this time.
This wasn't an open mic night.
Oz's spider sense was tingling there, I think.
Yeah. I've noticed that person hasn't said a thing since, if they're still watching at all.
Well, they're also feeling really dejected. So.
There it is.
I understand. It was that extra hard step of finding me on Instagram and asking for the StreamYard link there. Because we all know how hard I am to find.
To go back real quick, Thanos, I know you were asking earlier, but fantastic.
Yeah, he looks
great colors. Like I said, just colors you don't see enough of.
I agree.
In this line, except for pockets. There's a couple of things, but the tribute figures definitely tend to be a little bit more adventurous with color.
I had that and sold it.
Cool little removable. I never thought I'd grab him, but he was there at that Mythic meetup for convention.
I still find this to be true, that the color palette that they use for the tribute figures tends to have more of a Motu vibe to it, which is great if you're a Motu guy. But I'm not. So not that I dislike it. I never got into it as a kid, and they look fantastic. But I think Cosmic has that potential, right?
What do you think of Poxus? With sort of some of the sorcerer colors and stuff. Do you think they kind of fit in or don't fit in? No, in terms of the color thing.
I think it fits in perfectly, because you're really only talking about purple and then the magic effects. And the magic effects is like an energy thing. So it's like the figures don't feel that way. Arakagor, the blue dragon, I guess is the exception, but it feels right for a dragon, if that makes sense. Yeah. Everything that I know about, actual factual information about dragons leads me to believe that is an appropriate color. No,
dragons come in all colors, right?
Yeah, I don't discriminate against any color of dragon. But here's the other thing. When I saw that ogre in this wave, I thought, wouldn't that green dragon head from the exclusive look dope on that ogre armor?
Yes.
Now I need that green dragon.
Now you need to get some Cosmic Legions.
Now I'm chasing the dragon.
In a much healthier way than that term is mostly used for.
Is it, though?
Yes, because I've never seen somebody OD on a toy.
It's financially destructive in the same
financially
way.
Just as bad.
Yeah.
You could possibly OD financially, I suppose.
Still not an instant kill.
All right, I gotta work in the morning, so I gotta take off.
That's cool. I think I might
hanging with you guys.
I'm drifting there myself.
Night, Thanos. Night, Thanos.
Good night, sir.
But I'll see you guys all around soon. So.
Take care.
See you, dude.
Thanos, I'll let you know about that Patreon exclusive after party show thing, because I'm going to do it either like tomorrow or something. So we'll have that unlisted video for you to show off some of your other toys.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Jolly good.
See you, dude. So just open him up. He has a tail, but doesn't have a hole in his butt.
No boom boom hole.
Yes, he does.
Oh, lift up the skirt.
Is it?
It's got a cover.
There you go.
Oh, duh, that's right. They do have these covers.
3.0
Right.
all have.
That's right. They all have the boom boom hole.
So
Thank you.
look, this show is probably about as factual as it gets. Okay, we've double checked and triple checked these. We have somebody here from a completely other realm of existence. Oh, wait, this way. I got to point this way.
Canada. Oh,
Right.
So I flipped my camera there, sir, so I could know where I'm pointing the right way.
I've thought about doing that, but I have my reasons for not having done it.
Oh.
See, because what little toy display I have gets partially covered up by my name and title if I mirror it.
Oh, I thought it wasn't showing your good side there. Also,
I don't have a good side. Oh wait, yes. I do.
it's a
They
cute little
have
dude.
buttons.
Yeah.
there it goes.
Oh, God, he's so good.
Very
So-
cool wings.
Everybody pointing out that there's a cover and that yes, they have butt plugs.
Yeah, butt plugs. And it's an ergonomic butt plug too. It's real cool.
It's really in there.
I wish they would do that with the 1.0 figures too, because it's as a fan of the Jagualians, that's the hardest thing. Like you can get a head and a tail. That's the easy thing to get. Getting the pelvic piece to plug it into is next to impossible. Which is why I voted for every one of them in the fan vote.
I was with you, man. Like I said, I was watching your live when you mentioned it, and I was like, you know what? He's right.
Look, you talk about rare pieces. I mean, that's one of those pieces that people don't really like. I get it. If you're not into things with tails, it would never be a thing that crossed your mind. But since if I could, I would customize every figure into an anthropomorphized animal. I would take those all day, every day.
So all the Furious 4 have a boom boom. It was a pretty good opportunity to get some.
And I passed on those ones, and now I don't want to buy a whole figure that I don't want just for that. That's the problem.
Right. You had options of more parts with some of these other ones. Like, okay, you know, there's other stuff there besides just the boom boom hole piece. Whereas if you're getting the Furious 4, you were just getting it for the boom boom hole, maybe, if that was not your cup of tea. And I totally understand that.
Maybe I'll just put it out there in the Cabal and in the Knights of the North. Hey, if you got these figures and you want to swap the pelvic piece, because a lot of people are never going to use the butthole. So,
right, it's true. Yeah. Actually, how many do I have that have it now?
I only have one so far. That
you.
was the Erwit figure there. But I'll be using that when I make my Hudson custom, because he has a tail, you see.
Hudson. Oh, Hudson. Gargoyles.
Yes.
Yes, I still had to work on that custom.
oh, David, I saw your comment. I'll reach out. I'll message you. I'll message you right now.
There you go.
Oh.
Again, best part about this community is just how amazing everybody is and how willing
Yes.
to lend a hand.
Yeah, we talked about that on the video too. Just like
Oh yeah, it's
I-
come
I-
up
Is that going to be
multiple
so? That's
times.
going to be a pre-recorded one.
no, that's why I was so late to get here.
Oh no, I know that, but you keep calling it a video. I wasn't sure if you had recorded it tonight.
Oh,
It
yes,
was a live
yeah.
stream. Yeah,
A live stream, yeah. We were talking about how, and somebody said this before, that like the toys pull you in, but the community is what keeps everybody around. And there's people that I know that have like stopped buying Mythic Legions figures that are still part of the Cabal. They're still part of the Knights of the North. Like they still interact because it's just good people, man. They're like the Mythic Legions collectors. Today's drama aside, and even that.
It was
People
such
weren't-
a small percentage.
People weren't getting like aggressive with each other. It was a difference of opinion, and people were expressing themselves. And
Everybody was like, as opposed to the normal reaction we're used to here in the States specifically, where it's like war if there's a minor difference of opinion. It's probably been the most chill that I've seen it. There were a couple of outlandish claims here and there, but they really got shut down pretty quick.
yeah, you guys are nuts.
Hey man, Cowboys, just saying.
You've got horses in downtown Philadelphia. Your country is wild.
Hey, I wasn't kidding about horses in downtown Baltimore too. That's the thing.
I know, I believe you, but this is like a different thing. Look it up. Urban
I'm
horses.
gonna have to look into
Philadelphia.
that.
Yeah, so we
know,
have
they
our
got-
own race course in town there. It's a bit beaten up. It's quite old, mind you. But
People walk horses past my house all the time. But that's because I live in the middle of nowhere.
I was gonna say,
I believe
yeah,
they're
actually.
still operated there from time to time, but at the back they've also built in a bit of a restaurant there. So yeah.
I just take a 10-minute walk down my road and I'm back off into the woods and there are horses back there. So they go along the trails all the time. So like when I walk back there, I got to make sure that I'm not stepping in their crap all the time. It's pretty easy and obvious to spot, fortunately, but
It's good on a cold day though. But if you're standing too long, your feet get cold.
a little bit. But yeah, it's truly impressed me overall, the community behind everything. It's just as amazing as the toys themselves and so much more. Like I said, just a couple seconds here, Adam said he needed more boom boom holes and everybody was bending over presenting them to him. So like that happened on Ozstradamus Toyz Live because we don't care. We get a little loose here, even when it's not the fully unchained episode.
I was gonna say that happened in real time the other night. So
Yeah, we had plenty of booty hole going on a couple weeks ago.
well, you live and learn. Hey, Oz?
Hey, it happens, man. I was, I knew it was a risk I was running just by doing it, but it was totally cool. Like, I was like, okay, that's great. We're all mortified. Thanks. I appreciate you coming on here and doing that. And, it took several hours to edit 3 minutes of film from that whole live.
Real
And the
question.
cuts I did were good.
I got a question.
Sure.
It was a video clip, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did they do that?
They would have put it as an overlay over top of their actual live screen.
Using
Like-
what though? Like, 'cause-
Well, if you go into brand tools,
uh-huh.
there's overlay as an option.
Oh
and you
yeah,
can
but
add
you
notes.
control that stream, so they wouldn't be able to do that. I'm
But
saying on
that
their
that
end.
would be the signal that they were set, like the feed they're sending. They would
Oh,
just
okay.
switch it to that feed.
Right,
Got it.
like something like OBS or,
Okay.
Oh,
There-
Max Headroom.
I'm asking for a friend.
yeah, ways to do it outside of my control. It's not like they were like, here, let me share this screen. And I was like, okay. And, putting that up on my own screen. I wouldn't have done that.
That's a whole other rabbit hole there to go down.
Okay, just wondering. Just warning you for tomorrow's live stream there, Adam. Okay.
Oh.
I like all the hinting.
It's going to be on a delay.
That was something I wish I could have figured out how to do. Like make them think they were on live, delayed, and then just be able to remove them before it got to that point.
Oh, you mean recorded videos?
But that's one way to do it, but it's not as fun.
Yeah. No, I agree. You don't get the same interaction with a recorded video. So.
No, even through the Premiere, it's different. Like I can pull up the different chats here as we go and everything like that. Premiere, there's still a chat, but like I said, it's just not as interactive in the moment, and that's what I enjoy doing about these. You know, the engagement and the interaction, which is funny because again, I'm not really that sociable of a person in person. Like I'm going to be breaking through some barriers next week at Maryland Toy Expo because I'm going to be trying to be Mr. Social Butterfly and doing what I can to meet up with people and hand out some Toy Frenzy stickers, get the word out about the shows, talk everything up. And at the same time, when I get home, I know I'm going to be completely exhausted from having used every reserve I've ever had. In allowing myself to be that extroverted. But it's going to be worth it, though. I'm going to have a great time, and I'm really going to enjoy meeting people and seeing what people have. I'm hoping I'm going to run into a couple people selling some Mythic Legions. Maybe I'll find my CamoCon while I'm there next week. Maybe I'll see some more real Ghostbusters toys. Something that'll just be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, I dozed off.
I see, Eldor. Are you getting ready to head out, good sir?
I think I might need to top up the old coffee there.
Yeah, I've actually run out of coffee, which normally doesn't happen during one of my streams.
Well, you're running on fumes there.
I'm always running on fumes.
Yeah, it's getting late, but I successfully, what did I unboxed 4 toys today. I'm proud of myself.
Very good. We will make sure to report that back to Aaron that you
exactly.
unboxed 4 toys. He will be pleased.
Gave me my homework.
You're getting it done slowly but surely.
I unboxed these this afternoon, my Gorgo and Attila 2-pack.
God damn.
Are those amazing?
Let me full screen you here.
How many times did I say I'm not a night guy? But
and it's a good looking figure.
This is the boring part though. Like you get the like the helmeted head. Like these pauldrons are bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Like as good as the sculpted shields look.
That hammer?
Sculpted pauldrons are.
My hammer broke.
Wait, what?
Oh no!
Yeah, out of the package. That's okay. It's not the end of the world.
What is broken?
Oh,
the very tip. Yeah,
just
you're
the
missing the little ball thingy.
Just the tip.
Well, at least that's something that you can repair with a paper clip and some glue.
This is pretty tiny. This end, and it's like a hard plastic. Like it's not the. I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
Well, worst come to worst, you're not going to mess it up more than it already is.
A bit of erudite glue there. A 2-part glue.
Yeah, I
had to fix up a broken sword accessory in the pommel that snapped off one of my Lord of the Rings figures. So I used a bit of erudite there to stick it back on. A bit of tape.
Mm-hmm. I'll try. I mean, I'm not that worried about it. So,
Cobweb is mentioning that in order to unbox this samurai, he needs bricks gloves. I get it, man.
What samurai?
Slamurai.
Samurai?
Oh, Slamurai.
Yeah, Motu Origins, the white Ninjor.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely with those white and blue colors, needs something. Otherwise, like any speck of dirt on your hand is going to end up showing up on there. So, way past my bedtime. Thanks for the fun time. Absolutely, Curtis. Good to have you here, brother.
Night, Curtis.
And I
Good
bought
night, sir.
2 of those sets for the capes and that head for Cosmic Legions.
Oh yeah, yeah. Every day that goes by, I get closer to ordering a couple Cosmic Legions.
Because they got some really good looking unique figures.
Star was talking about the Odysseus. I mean, sorry, Attila.
Attila.
Yeah, that's a great head.
Yeah, the cape.
Actually, having a hard time getting this guy's into his boom boom hole.
Don't force it. Heat it up.
I know. I know. I was heating it up the whole time. But
don't force it. Be gentle.
Yeah.
Buy the drink. Take your time.
Curtis's advice was do not twist the tail in warm.
Yeah. No, I totally took the advice, but it was in, but it wasn't fully in, so it wasn't staying.
It wasn't all the way in, so it just doesn't stay. I get it. Been there before.
Yeah, you've been there before.
Little too much girth.
Really cool looking, though. I mean, this is one of those, like, because he's unique too. With little wings.
He's one of those figures though that was like available forever.
Yeah.
Like he was one of the last Arethyr figures that was at retail.
I wish I had managed to pick up a couple of those because I see like a lot of use between stuff like that. Like I always thought the wings on the Varg were a little much, but putting the Varg's wings on other figures and then putting those little wings on the Varg just seems like a really fun idea.
Have these wings been used for anything else?
That's it from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Huh. You know what somebody mentioned on our video, on our live stream earlier tonight? Sorry, no video, live stream. Somebody said with all the parts that we've gotten between the wings, the skeleton head pack, or the undead head pack, and the between all the sort of skeleton stuff that we've gotten, you could build a skeleton Varg.
Yes, you can now.
So you could build like a dwarf vampire with a skeleton dwarf vampire with wings.
It's gonna happen. People are gonna do it.
It's gonna look great.
I can't wait to see all the different. There's just so many different unique uses with all the different skeleton parts being all of that color, so the pop and swaps come easy. No need to really repaint unless you want to. I mean, I totally see people doing some red washes for like bloody bones and stuff like that. Just to really dress it up. But overall, though, with that uniformness with the colors and everything, and even the zombie parts too, because you can pop and swap different parts of the undead builders and throw it together with a couple of bone pieces or rotting flesh pieces. Throw in some of these new tattered soft goods, and that's really going to pop and make a figure stand out. Mm-hmm. And again, it's all possible just based off of parts from various figures. It's amazing. Whenever they finally get like the part ordering system down so that we don't have to buy whole figures, we can just buy individualized parts. Like I'm all for
pick a brick.
Yep.
It's like Lego does there. You buy all your
Lego
Mythic Link, Brick Link, Mythic Link.
Mythic.
But isn't that the Cabal?
It really kind of is. When you see you guys talking in there, and the 3D community overall, like 3D customizers and stuff like that. It's so amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, I
Right.
just lost my left AirPod. Just died. That means my right one's about to die.
I was gonna say, like, I think I'm gonna be wrapping it up here.
I'm running low on juice myself.
Well, as much as it's a shame whenever Adam gets here, and then it's like really late, and we're all about to like wrap things up, which seems to be always the trend. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and I know you were basically we were
Indeed.
just having the same conversation across two separate streams anyway. Um, it'd be fun to see if we could figure out a way to truly like link the shows, but not necessarily doing the broadcast to the two separate stations somehow. I don't know. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get on one of your videos at the beginning sometime.
Whenever we can. At some
Yeah.
point. It's not like either one of us is closing down our channels anytime soon. So
Oh,
we've got time.
no, not at all.
All right,
All
yeah.
right, guys.
I'm
Well,
gonna sign off.
let's do the quick round table real quick. Since Brick's earbuds are dying, you go first. Go ahead, tell
Oh.
us where you're going to be at, what you doing.
Well, I should be editing right now, so the latest episode of AWOC Talk could come out tomorrow. We'll see. No, it should mostly be done and be ready to go up tomorrow. That's with myself and Adam talking Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, I'll be on Adam's channel tomorrow at 2ish, I guess. We're gonna talk
2 p.m.
closing
Pacific.
closing up seeing Armies of Ashmore's Kickstarter sort of close out, and I'll let him finish that up. And it is summertime now, so my job is on a school year calendar, and so I'm done with that, or I'm on pause of that, and I will probably be doing more of what I just did. I'll shoot some of the stuff that I've unboxed and put out a little bit more videos. So just take a look at that. The YouTube channel is at bricksomething.com and Instagram is at brick.something.
Excellent. Eldor, I know you've got stuff cooking in the books.
Yes, slow cooking, you might say. Yes,
Nothing wrong with slow cooking.
I've
slow cooking.
I've got a few things still in the editing. I've got to get onto those. I'm falling a bit behind there with my my video schedule on the channel, but I try to pop a little bit of an unboxing or a mail call when I get those, just to keep things chugging along there, as it were. And yes, I'm hoping to get Cobra Khan review out soon, and then Whiplash following after that. And yes, I need to get a couple of my Mythic Legions reviews done so I can start either displaying or customizing that Hudson figure up. I have to get onto that. But yes, something coming out soon.
That's going to be cool.
Can't wait for it. Oh man, it's going to be so good to see those.
And my action figure custom figure time segment that I'm recording for 2 of at the moment for Faker and one down there. So there's another wee thing.
Pumped for all of that, Eldor, because your content is amazing, and I love the skits and everything you do, brother. So thank you.
And the stop motion now.
Yes.
Please, well, I have dabbled in a bit of stop motion here and there, so
yeah, it was cool.
I was inspired by the stop motion we're getting in the Mo Tuesdays there, so I thought I'd give it another wee go.
Adam, what do you have going on, sir?
Man, it feels like a lot. It's probably too much. What have I got going on? We got a video tomorrow. Brick's going to be joining me. Matt Rodriguez from Armies of Ashmore may be joining us, at least for a brief moment, just to sort of, give some thoughts sort of at the end of his Kickstarter. G.I. Joe Classified's doing a HasLab on Monday. I'm either going to do a video Monday if I can get my stuff together, or I'll just bump that to Saturday night. Next Sunday will be an episode of Brick and I doing monkey business. So we're going to be talking a lot of AWOC in the next little bit. And then, as I said, if you're in the Cabal, I will be on Legion's Lair this Tuesday. They do it early, so it's 7 p.m. Eastern, but it's 4 p.m. Pacific. So I've actually taken the afternoon off work to be home to do that video.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, whatever. Yeah, and then I'm looking at my calendar, and it's filling up very fast. So I will be a lot of places in the next little bit.
Totally get that completely, as being one that likes to channel surf all over the toy tube myself. And it very quickly becomes a lot. So power to you for being able to do it, because it's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to say, all the gentlemen in here, we've all popped up all over ToyTube over the last several months in all kinds of different areas. Eldor, Adam, Brick, all amazing content creators. If you guys are not already following them for some reason or subscribe to them, what are you waiting for? Go click on their channels now.
Pump the brakes. There's two good content creators, and there's a talking head that does live videos and puts in very little effort.
Okay. We'll go with that.
I'm around a lot, but that doesn't mean I work very hard.
Hey, I enjoy your work. I will say that. Heck, all I ever do is live streams. I don't actually make pre-recorded anything, so you still got me beat a little bit.
I just edit them and never publish them. So
they're just for your private collection,
right? So, also wanted to give a shout out here, as inspired by Adam. If you guys again are not checking out some of the other great content creators within this community, you definitely need to check out so many more people. And as I bring everything up here, because I didn't have it fully ready to go, like, I've got it broken down. Makes it real easy. A bunch of channels under 500 subscribers that are really trying to push that limit here. Some of them are still just trying to reach 100. They may not all have a lot of great content on there yet, but these are a lot of up and comers, and they could really use the support. So, if you're already subscribed to me and you see a couple of channels in here that you are not subscribed to, please go check them out and see what they got going on.
Yeah,
they will appreciate it in the end. And I've got other sections as well, because a couple of these guys, I've actually got to go ahead and move Dom now, as he's finally crossed the barrier. He hit the threshold to 1K. You notice the big difference in the amount of channels trying to get the 1K and the channels that just simply need to get the 500. Right now, this is it. I mean, I'm sure there's more in here that I've got to go back through and just double check. All of these guys could use your help in getting to 1K, folks, and they all put out really great stuff. And they're a lot of fun to watch. If you guys aren't watching these, I tell you, go check them out. See what they got going on. I mean, worst come to worst, you subscribe to the channel and you don't watch their content anymore, which doesn't really help as much, but they get an extra sub out of it. And that's doing something to support them. But no, I watch every single one of these channels. It's tough to keep up, and no, I don't catch all of their content. There's no way I could. But I definitely check out each and every single one of these creators at least once a week, see what they got going on. So please check them out. You can hit those two tabs on my page. So if you haven't done so, go look at them. I'll be adding more to it because we got a lot of other people who may not be a part of that yet. I know Cobwebs just recently really started to put out some stuff, and he's been really doing things. He hit 50, guys.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty big milestone in and of itself. You're halfway to 100 already, and that's pretty awesome to think about.
Yeah.
So, guys, it's been a great night, and I appreciate having you here. It's been a lot of fun, and can't wait to see what we all have coming up in the next few weeks. Again, you see me Toy Frenzy on Thursday nights over on Skelevator's channel. Every Thursday, we're doing something new over there, mostly talking about Motu, but occasionally we have other topics. Then this upcoming weekend, you'll find me doing videos and stuff from Maryland Toy Expo. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be joined by Dawning of a Decade, and her channel is just getting started. So we're hoping to find some really cool stuff for hers as well.
Awesome.
Anyway, folks, good night, and I will see you all soon.
Night.